took my bike for a spin. Enough already.
Don't order me around! I could handle it on my own. Yeah, I admit that I've gotten beaten before, but I won't always be on the receiving end. You hear that? You understand? It doesn't matter who he is, they don't care. Just so long as he destroys them.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to another day of Chart Raiders. How's everybody doing today? I'm here with Sugar once again. Me and Sugar are going to be commentating this thing today. Sugar, thanks for joining me once again.
Hey, it's a pleasure. I'm really happy to be part of this adventure once again. I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen with our teams today. So yeah, it's a pleasure being with all of you guys.
Yeah, it's gearing up to be another pretty explosive day on the charts. Yesterday was a lot of fun. I had more fun yesterday than I have in a while on Chart Raiders. Chart Raiders is always fun, but yesterday was especially fun for sure.
Yep, it was definitely lots of fun, and the chart, the price actually did some crazy things, and it was fun to see TA Mafia that was able, to ride the price a few times. They did an epic comeback, and I'm looking forward to see what the rest of the teams are going to do today.
They rolled everyone yesterday. They, excuse me, medicine already early. I'm going to need medicine soon here. They rolled everybody. They're actually up $2,100 yesterday total. So they have $2,100 in profits they locked up yesterday. So yeah, they kind of rolled the show yesterday. Great job for them.
Yep, definitely. So I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen. And do you have any other predictions today? Because yesterday you kind of predicted, well, not kind of, you actually predicted that TA Mafia was going to do a comeback. Yep. So any other cotton candy predictions?
I think Team Phoenix is really gearing up towards something nice. I listened to the kind of excuse me. I'm gonna have to get medicine here in a second. I'm saying this again. I keep repeating myself. I listen to the words in between the words, and I feel like Phoenix has a day ahead of them today. I feel like Phoenix is gonna do good today, and I feel like TA Mafia is gonna continue their reign. We're gonna see how Paradigm and Enigma do. Of course, they can always do good as well, but I have a feeling it's gonna be Phoenix today, and I still think TA Mafia is just gonna kind of smoke it. They're just so damn good. What do you think, Sugar? What's your prediction for today?
Well, I'm not going to dip my toe in the pool like you, because so far my predictions didn't happen. But I'm still rooting obviously for my team, for Team Enigma, and I'm pretty sure that Newt, Marcus, and Shenron will kill it today. So I'm sending love and good energies to my team. I'm looking forward to see what they're going to do.
The thing about Enigma is that your team is so close to clicking right now. Once you guys get it, that final moment, there's no stopping Enigma. That team is crazy as it is. They're just not firing yet. But once that kind of click moment happens, I think you just see Enigma kind of constantly in profits. I don't think you see very many negative days in Enigma's future once they get that click moment. It's just getting to that click moment, but they're so close. They're such a good team.
Oh yeah, definitely we are. So Cotton, just a reminder for our viewers, you did give the chance to the teams to trade during the night. So anything particular that happened during those last let's say 16 hours?
No, all the teams took a break. Everybody was burned out. They traded all day long. Everybody took a break. Nothing really happened. TA Mafia took one trade last night for about $900 in profit. But that was it.
Well, that's TA Mafia once again killing it. So do we have an updated leaderboard?
We do. Let's go check out the leaderboard here. Arcane is at negative 756 on the week. Oh, you know what? I forgot to update this. I've got the here, let me push through the update because everybody's kind of in profits here. You know what? I'll just read it out, the differences here, because I forgot to push through the update. Arcane went to negative 526, so they made a little bit of profit yesterday. Paradigm Shift lost a little bit. They're at you know what? Actually, let me just see if I can quickly push this update through. Let me see how fast I can do this.
Oh yeah, I have faith in you.
There we go. Look at how fast that was. Bang, it's done. Okay, so Team Arcane has gapped that a little bit. They are excuse me, negative 526 on the week. They're still in profits overall. Enigma's negative 601. Paradigm Shift is negative 699. I believe that makes them about break even over the past 2 weeks. Phoenix is down 1351. That's their first big loss, was actually yesterday. That's the first time we've seen Team Phoenix take a big hit, but yesterday was pretty crazy. They definitely did. They didn't lose 1351 yesterday. That was their total rolling current for the week. But yesterday is definitely the first day I've seen Phoenix kind of off a little bit and drop the ball. I don't want to say they dropped the ball. They just missed their trades. They were marking the wrong spots. We saw that one where they got out right before it had a huge move up. So that was unfortunate for Phoenix. They definitely could have had a pretty huge swing into the positives there. But that was really an unfortunate trade for them. And yeah, yesterday was really the first day. And we caught some of that live too. So I think yesterday Phoenix was just off their game. Everybody has an off day. Phoenix came out really strong last week, actually. You know, they had days where they were profiting well. They started out slow. And I think yesterday just caught them off guard. And I think they just kind of got stuck in a funk there. And then TA Mafia made 23 or 2,400 yesterday and brings their total up to 820. So they're doing really well. They're killing it for the week. They're in first place this week. Yeah, they've just been destroying the charts. And, you know, the thing about last night too is I was in their chat talking to them, doing a little bit of training with them last night. And because we were training, I kind of feel a little bad because I kind of talked them out of a trade. Yeah, so here, I'll just show it on my charts. I didn't talk them out of a trade, but I think we just got distracted because I was training them. But actually, Confused and Seabass, they had a short here. They had a short setup right here, and they were going to play it right to the bottom of this move right here. So they would have actually gone up a huge amount, but because we did training, it was just like a bad time and they couldn't focus on the trade. So they're just like, yeah, we'll just remove it on the books. We just want to do training instead. So yeah, I feel a little bad because they had a huge like 7 or 8% trade they were going to be in, and they were just going to leave it overnight with a profit, a stop loss and profit. So yeah, they definitely did lose out on many thousands of dollars there. So probably $7,000 or $8,000. But yeah, I feel a little bad over that because I was trading with them and then they're just like, well, this is more important than taking the trade. And then their trade hit perfectly and it ripped right down. So extended apologies to TA Mafia, but the training is definitely worth it. So hopefully they'll just get that next trade today.
Well, I bet that the rest of the team are actually thanking you for that right now.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure they are.
Yeah. So I'm actually looking forward to look at the chart with you later on. I do have a question about this morning. The price kind of reacted to a level that is intriguing me at 6:35 my time.
Sure.
That's Eastern time. So maybe later on we can look it up together.
Sure.
And yeah, I'm also looking forward to hear from the teams and to see where they're at mentally. You know, yesterday, to be fair, it was a tough day yesterday. You know, while that range was forming, it was kind of hard to clearly see what was going to happen. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see what the teams are going to do. It looks like Bitcoin is dumping and finally wants to go towards that weekly valley. So we'll see what's going to happen today.
Yeah, it does look like it. The team looks like Team Paradigm is in a trade in profits right now, but I've lost their stream. I'm going to try to get them back online here real quick because I did just open their stream and they are in a trade and they are in profits. I'm not exactly sure where this thing is. I'm not exactly sure where they are, but I'm going to try to get them back online because it looks like they've already entered their first trade. And I did see some green numbers. I just couldn't see how much. So I've sent them a message real quick here to say, hey, like, what's up, guys? We lost your stream. Hopefully we can get it back online. And maybe we can just go into their channel here and listen while we wait for their stream to come back up. We're just going to have a blank picture. We don't have their stream yet, but let's anyways go and listen to see if we can hear what they're talking about. Oh, wait, looks like their stream is coming back up.
The beauty of being live.
What's the target?
Yep.
It's just limit out right now.
We're going to get their stream back up here in a second.
All right, I'm out.
All right, nice. Well,
Oh, we just missed the trade. They made profit though.
Oh,
I'm
wow,
not sure how
nice.
much, but they made some profit
Nice.
there. I don't know how much.
Paradigm coming back.
One of the scalp, we got our scalp.
They were first
Yeah.
last week.
It was like
And
what,
we were
970?
both of us
Good
were kind
trade.
of surprised to see them
870,
negative
but
in the
877,
past 3
51.
days, but it's good to see
Oh,
that
right,
they're
I forgot
back,
about
and yeah, I'm not surprised. You know, this team is really,
Very
really
good,
strong.
boys.
They just took $870 of profit. Talk about very good. They just nailed an $870 trade.
Here you go.
Talk about starting the day out big. Maybe I need to. Can you ask me again who actually I should be voting for here? I think I have had a little change of heart. I think maybe we need to be shifting a little bit more here towards Paradigm, playing the odds and statistics here. Paradigm starting out today with 870. Good job for them, dude. Like, it's just great.
Yeah, nice. I'm not surprised, right? I mean, like J-Cap and his crew is just they've been killing it. Last week they've had like a slow start, but yeah, I'm not surprised to see them coming back with a really strong move. And we've just started. This has only been up for like the past 10 minutes, and
Yep.
Paradigm already stepping on the throttle and putting it to the metal. Nice.
Oh, my mic is off. Oh no, sorry guys, because I was coughing and I turned it off. Apparently Enigma's in the same trade and they took profits too. What's going on here?
Nice. This is gonna be a great day.
No kidding.
Already started with 2 nice trades.
Let's see what Enigma did. $200, easy clappers. Nice job, guys. Everybody taking a nice chunk out of the charts today. Really cool, man.
$200 already in the bank for Team Enigma.
I'm gonna take a small break, get some medicine here. I'm trying to hold back coughing into the mic. I keep turning it off and on and forgetting to turn it back on and back off, and I'm getting all messed up with my mic here. So, Sugar, I'm gonna have to step out for just a few minutes here, and yeah, I'm gonna step out for a few minutes here, and
Yeah,
I'll be back temporarily.
That might be the
No worries,
quickest
I'll
1%.
take relay
ever
here.
seen.
And guys, good
That was
morning
I've
for
ever been-
those of you just joined us on the Chart Raiders.
Damn, that was just straight up 1%.
So don't hesitate. If you have any questions, any comments, you can go ahead and send us a little message in Twitch. We'll be more than happy to answer your questions. More than happy to read your comments. Yeah, this is announcing to be an amazing day. Team Enigma and Team Paradigm already took profits here, so yeah, it's looking to be announcing to be an amazing day. Putting pressure, Team Enigma and Team Paradigm putting pressure on the rest of the teams. TA Mafia currently first, and if I'm not mistaken, with this trade, Paradigm is now second. Hey Maytar, good morning to you too. And for those of you who are currently viewing Chart Raiders, don't be shy to send your love towards the teams, you know, on the Twitch channel, on the chat. These guys really dig it, you know, they love seeing that you guys are watching them. So yeah, just send your support every now and then when you have a chance. That's always a good thing for our traders to receive your love, and it's always a booster. And we're hearing from Kartik. hope you're feeling better, buddy. I know that yesterday you said that things were looking good for you. So yeah, I hope that you're feeling better. Sending you lots of love and lots of good energies once again. Kartik co-hosted with Cotton last week and unfortunately got sick. So yeah, sending you good vibes, buddy. Hope you are feeling better today.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's send our wishes to Kartik. He's not feeling too good, but hopefully he's doing better by the day here.
Yeah, same to you, Cotton. I hope that you'll get rid of that cold if you have.
I know it's a little brutal, but you know, it is what it is, man.
Yeah.
So the trouble I'm having is this: you guys ever get sick and then you wake up in the middle of the night and you can't sleep because your throat is too messed up to go back to sleep? So that's been happening to me. So I'm pretty sure I would be better already if I had actually just been able to get some sleep. But I'll sleep for like about 5 hours, wake up at about 3 in the morning, and then I can't go back to sleep because my throat is too messed up. And I spend like half an hour coughing. By that time I'm like awake because I've been sitting there warming up my body for the last 30 minutes. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst, because whenever you're sick, like the first thing you want to do is just rest and lay there dead in your bed. And now
dead in your bed,
sleep, that really is like the worst.
Yeah, so I'm slowly getting over it, but definitely slowly because it's been a bit of a tough time trying to sleep. So yeah.
So Cotton, while the teams are searching for their next move, how about we look at the chart together? Would you be willing to do that?
Let's do it, my dude. What are we looking at?
All right, perfect. So this morning, if you know, like in the current range, that little range that we formed, at the price reversed at $20,850, and I'm kind of wondering, what is that level? Is it simply like the 1 minute backside?
20,850?
Yeah, exactly. Am I missing something? Because did we just front run the 1 minute backside, or did we hit anything else? Because there is a candle here. It looks like a 5 minute candle, but it's white. It's on accumulation. It's not on distribution.
Yeah.
I was kind of wondering what we hit there.
So this is something I haven't shared yet, but this is a bit of a, we're gonna, for me not wanting to reveal too many new terms, because when I reveal these new terms, people run wild with them, and then they're just like, oh, I know what this is. We're gonna call this a magic trend. So if you look at my chart, I've got kind of this like floating trend with a base and a reach point that are just completely floating, and we're just gonna call this a magic trend. But yeah, it has hit this magic trend. Simply tried to, well, it hit it actually for the first time when the move pulled back there, and did hit that 20,810, and then it did go lower, and it did, you know, break under that. We had all that movement yesterday, and then it hit it again. So it is just reversing that trend right now. So asking about that level it's a magic trend, man. It's a magic trend. If you wanted to find something else in the move, I'm sure you could go and look for the combo levels inside of it. So you'd start here. You can already just minimize it down to the wick of the move, and then you can go to the 5 minute level. Looks like you didn't even hit the 5, so this is, I guess, where you're getting a little bit unsure of like what level was hit, right? Because you probably tried to find a combo level and you're going down here, right? But yeah, so you wouldn't have actually hit anything. Instead, you actually just hit this trend. So we'll just call this the magic trend. It's reversing the magic trend. We'll leave it at that, and so someday to come in the future.
Okay, perfect. So I did see something special there. I was like, I'm missing something. I felt like something was missing, and yeah, okay. So I'm glad I saw it. I obviously I don't understand it, but you know, I'm glad I saw that something was like wrong, and you know that I was missing. I was missing a part of the puzzle there.
Yeah, definitely. And Sugar, you'll be happy to know that, and everybody else out there is going to be happy to know that I am releasing a new Butterfly Effect 2, hopefully this weekend. I've got a set of 5 videos I'm releasing. They're all around one topic, which is floating levels, and I'm going to be releasing that on YouTube in the coming days here. So yeah, I am releasing another Butterfly Effect 2. I wasn't going to yet, but there's so many people asking about it. I thought, yeah, okay, why not? Might as well just release it.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to that new video. Are you going to actually talk about that magic trend?
No, not in that one. That one's not. No, not in that one.
that one is a butterfly effect 4.
So you were in the mentorship last weekend, and I dropped kind of a new word that I hadn't dropped before.
Yeah.
Continuum. So you've never heard of that one before, and then I'll leave you with that word and just say, think about trends. Open your mind to trends. Open that beautiful nugget of yours, and yeah.
That's a really good way to arouse our listeners.
Yeah. So yeah, but we'll leave it at that. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff we talk about in mentorship that we just leave for mentorship. So yeah.
Yep. Definitely. Hey, if you guys want to be part of mentorship, there's still positions available. Content, am I mistaken?
There's still positions, but I won't be having mentorship. Won't be open forever. There will be a day that comes that I do close mentorship. Obviously, with chart raiders happening and me focusing more on teams, the day will come that I close mentorship, and whoever's in mentorship is welcome to stay and continue to work with me, as I won't be actually closing, like I won't be stopping mentorship, because I do want to fulfill my commitments. I think it's very important to fulfill your commitments in whatever you do in life, no matter what part I'm at. And you know, I do have a lot of people who I still want to help become full-time pros, and there's still a lot of people in mentorship who are, you know, they still need help, and they want to be there, or they're making money every month more than the cost of mentorship, and they just like to be there because they like to learn new knowledge. So for whatever reason, I always fulfill my commitment. So I'll keep mentorship going. I'll close it to the public, and then there won't be spots open someday in the near future. So I never kind of pre-announce these things. One day I'll just close it. And for now, I'm just saying, could happen this week, could happen in 5 months. Roll the dice kind of thing, and when it's gone, it's gone.
Fair enough.
So it's still there for now.
Yeah, if you guys want to join mentorship now is the good time to do it.
Yep, absolutely.
Great. So how does it look for our teams right now? Are we anyone's in a move, or we're still digging?
Well, before we go to teams, what I want to do is I want to go check out Team Mafia's scores actually for a second here. I want to go back to this, and you know, we've seen all these crazy teams with scores, and flip over to Arcane for a quick second here, and Arcane has just crushed it on their skill test. 999, 1078, 810-9. Like, they've just had an unbelievable skill test this past week, and they have been doing good, no doubt. But then I just want to kind of keep everybody's minds fresh to how strong Arcane played out. And then kind of a little bit of a contrast here with TA Mafia, because, you know, they scored quite a bit lower than Arcane, yet they've recovered all week, and they've been having crazy profits this week, and they've been on top of their game. So, you know, while these skill tests are great, you just kind of want to continue pushing that thought that, you know, the skill test is nice, but it's just a really good way to say, like, okay, where am I lacking right now? What am I not doing? And what do I really need to stay sharp on? So it's really cool to do these skill tests every week, so that we can come into this thing Monday and Tuesday, and not only can the teams themselves say, okay, where was I weak? What do I got to watch out for? Like almost like a pre-warning sign, right? A caution on the road, watch ahead. You know, there's potholes or construction workers, something to be aware of, right? So
yep.
It's really great to see TA Mafia take such a strong stance this week, especially after such a tough week they had last week. And you know, the thing is that they didn't trade bad last week. They just got on the wrong side of it every single time, which we saw. And they did actually great last week, but this is really nice to see that their scores were a little bit on the lower side this week. Although they were an improvement from last week, they still were a little bit lower. But then they come out of the gate swinging. Not only did they refuse that reload on their bank account, saying, like, even though we lost money last week, we're not reloading to 10K, Cotton. We're going to sit here and we're going to come out on top of this thing. And it's just great to see that. It's just great to see them rise against all odds. Their skill tests were down. The account was down. They refused to reload. And then here they are standing shoulder to shoulder with the other giants and just actually winning the week. So it's just crazy, and just, amazing job to them.
I love that. It's ballsy, but I think that it's a good. That's the kind of the pressure that I love putting on my shoulders, and they're living up to it. And I congrats to TA Mafia. Of course, the week is not done yet, but it looks good so far for them.
Yep, absolutely. Well, this is pretty perfect timing. We've got our official Chart Raiders song on here, or one of our official songs on. We're gonna rewind that right back to the beginning. Check out teams for a few minutes here, see what they're doing. And let's see if they're getting in any trades right now. Looks like Paradigm might be thinking about getting into a trade here. Looks like they're trying to set something up. Seems like they're really active this morning. Like we turned the stream on, bang, right out of the gate, $877. They're setting up their next trade here. Yeah, it looks like they're just like ready to fire today. Looks like they're not slowing down at all. I think Paradigm might actually, something's clicking with them today, obviously. Like they're ready to trade, man.
Yep. Yep. Looks like they're ready. Putting a lot of pressure on the other teams.
20957.
Yep,
Because you know
absolutely.
that Targnan has the strength to be in first place again. You know, they were there last week, so there's no reason for them not to go back there.
Yep. And yeah, they had such a good week last week. At one point, they were up almost $2,500. Yeah, they had such a good week last week. Everybody in chat seems to really like my official Raiders Cup that I have here. Yeah, yeah. Let's listen in and see what they're thinking about here.
This 1 minute backside's been holding for, God, how many minutes? Like 12 minutes. I mean, the Origin's the really only thing left right now, I think. Because you haven't developed a shield after hitting our final 1 minute hold. Well, you know, you did develop a shield, but you just hard closed it. Yeah, so it's like, I think we're moving down right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't get over that 1 minute backside, 2-on-171.
Yeah, let's.
Now.
We've got 1 minute shields. We don't have a 3 minute shield. That's even in 40 seconds, it's not gonna confirm it for us.
Okay.
5 minute, no. Gain the 5 minute, but not confirmed.
And this 15 minute is turning blue, so this Origin really needs to hold right now.
Yep.
Okay.
So Sugar, it sounds like they've seen a 1 minute Origin level here. It has held the move down to their surprise. Sounds like they marked it out but didn't take the move, and now we're saying the move is going to break down. I kind of have to tend to agree with this.
Yeah.
You have such a small time frame Origin hold the move down like that. It's not like you're getting held down by a 15 minute or even a 5 minute. It's, you know, you are going to see a pullback here, but the question is, does it break this trend that it's been testing? My magical trend. Looks like they did have a short order on the book, but just never getting to execute it here. It has just hit my trend again here, this magic trend. We'll quickly go over to my screen, zoom in here. People can see there's that magical trend. And let's go back to Paradigm, see where they're at with this.
Not that greedy.
Yeah, you don't need to rush into it. Just see what you have.
There's a 1 minute at a 20639.1. That doesn't break the 5 minute, so you can still have a trend technically from there. I would say that's the greediest you can go right now.
Okay, I'll have that ready. Just if we need to pull the trigger, let me know.
Yeah, because then we're going down to this hourly already.
Okay, so when you guys think so, I can pull the trigger. I got it set up for that long if it gives down there.
Just
I'm
trying to
having a look now.
Giving away our sauce.
Yeah, this 1 minute can still give you that 5 minute range trend. Didn't break the ladder up at 15.
There's also one reverse.
Let's make sure we're not missing any other trades here from the other teams. So Sugar, yesterday I talked to Arcane a little bit, and they're working out with a new strategy right now to employ a bit different timing in their trade. So they let me know yesterday they've been talking about some different ideas they wanted to throw by me and see what my thoughts were, and they let me know that as of today, like after today's going to be kind of they trade a very certain way under certain time constraints right now. Like they like to take, say, 10-minute breaks every 2 hours or so, and then certain people are at the wheel and then they swap out so everybody kind of stays refreshed and recycled, and they start at very early. Actually, they start about 2 hours earlier than any other team. So they're going to be trying a new strategy tomorrow. So it's going to be interesting to watch Paradigm tomorrow, because I think you're going to see a little bit of a different team out of them. They're changing their schedules up a bit after today. Today was a little short notice for them to tell all their other team members, hey, let's try this. So they have this idea. They're going to be trying it out tomorrow. So that'll be interesting to watch them because they're kind of fundamentally changing the way they trade. So it could be a good thing, could be a bad, but they're testing something new to see if it's going to work tomorrow.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. You know, it's great. I think that teams should try new things. You know, sometimes staying in the same box is not always a good idea. So it's great to see them trying to evolve like that.
Yep, absolutely. Looks like Phoenix has a trend they're working with here too that just got hit. Something very close to my trend, a little different. Looks like more of a localized trend, but yeah, definitely a little different.
And reminding our viewers that, you know, if you have any questions or any comments, just feel free to send them to the chat through Twitch. We'll be more than happy to answer any of your questions and also for any of your comments.
I was watching Poker Stars this morning. So I'm an old poker pro, everybody knows that. And like I still follow on Twitch this channel called Poker Stars 24/7. And I was watching an old tournament, like Daniel Negreanu was in it, and just like a bunch of the old classics, a bunch of good players. And I was watching this thing, and I think the tournament was called PCL, if I remember.
Okay.
And on this tournament, during the breaks, they were saying, tweet at us if you'd like to become part of the conversation. Tweet at PCL. And it's just funny how things change. And it just got me thinking, how would people tweet with a show and then answer questions on the show during tweets with a broadcast delay and all this stuff like that? And I was just thinking, man, we're so blessed to have Twitch chat to be able to just interact with everybody live and to be able to just say like, hey, you know, ask your questions, and 2 seconds, bang, they get that message and they can ask. So yeah, that's really cool. It just reminded me of that this morning.
No, it's cool. It's nice. Have you played poker recently? I suppose not, because you're so busy. But have you played any poker game recently?
So the last time I played was Christmas of 2018, and I actually did it on stream with the community. And
okay.
Yeah, it was good. It was fun. I think I made like $500, and then I just kind of logged off. So I just kind of played poker on stream with the community for the night. It was like 4 years ago during a stream, and yeah, that was the last time I played. Haven't touched it since.
So how, I mean, because I guess that you being a professional poker player before, I guess that helped you a lot with your current career as a day trader, did it? Or
oh, immensely, absolutely. A lot of blueprint comes from kind of the same body of theory that a lot of poker, like survival tactics in poker and the things you have to know to be even to compete as an average poker player is like a lot of the stuff in blueprint, like bankroll management and yeah, there's tons of overflow there for sure.
That's what I was going to ask you. You know, basically what you were able to bring from your previous career to your current one. So that's nice. That's cool to know.
It's actually what made me successful when I first started trading. Just really good procedural analysis and really good bankroll management. I was like, yeah, I was a really heavy grinder when I first started, and yeah, that procedural tactic definitely helped me. Like bankroll management and sizing. Yeah, but in poker it's different. You measure it in big blinds and buy-ins, so it's very relatable though. It's just how much you can trade versus how much is in your overall account, and you know, you scale up or down as you make it or lose it. So yeah, it's definitely very relatable.
That's something, you know, like I understand the bankroll, that part, obviously I understand it, but like being a professional poker player, that's like, wow, okay, I don't think that I would have had the brain for that. So hats off to you, because wow, I've tried it actually. I've read a few books, and you know, for playing for fun with my friends, but yeah, yep. besides the you know, I liking to bluff every now and then, and just like, you know, playing like a mental game with the other players. That's pretty much like the only part that I was good at. But as far as, you know, counting the odds and everything, oof,
poker definitely changed. Like I remember when I was playing back then, they had something called GTO, which is game theory optimization. And that was the big thing in poker when actually it wasn't a thing yet when I was playing, but it was just kind of on the cusp of being talked about and cracked. So I was heavy into that, because I was always kind of pushing the kind of latest and greatest material and thinking about, okay, well, you know, if the other pros are doing it like this, how can I replicate that and take it and make a better version of it for myself? And I remember something called game theory optimization, GTO, basically playing the most optimal way you can given the situation. So any two cards, basically the way it works in poker, you can get two whole cards, right? It could be 5, 6 of diamonds or whatever. We'll just say 5, 6. And basically there's a perfect way to play every hand given the position you're in and given the raise size you're faced and given the whether you're pre-flop or post-flop, on the turn, like it doesn't matter, whatever position, whatever table spot you're on. So that kind of became like the beginning of what was the Poker Rush, but also the end of it at the same time, because then somebody came out with a program called Poker Snowy, and Poker Snowy basically put all those calculations into a computer, and then people were playing based on like the theoretical perfect way to play poker. So GTO came out, and I was a huge GTO player, and I was helping kind of crack some GTO metas and things like that. And and so I was huge into GTO poker, and just like really advanced into range development. And then Poker Snowy came out. Now Poker Snowy came out a long time after I stopped, but I remember when Poker Snowy was kind of being rumored, and these developers were working on a program that could crack Hold'em, everybody started to switch to PLO because PLO couldn't be cracked yet. We just didn't have the computers. And that's the reason why it couldn't be cracked in the past either, because computers just kind of had to catch up in speed a little bit. And then so Poker Snowy came out, and it basically gives you the most optimized way to play every single hand at any time. So if you're given 5, 6 of diamonds in the cutoff and there's a 2 big blind raise, like it'll tell you exactly how much you're supposed to raise, if you're supposed to fold, etc. So like, yeah, poker was definitely, it was a great time when I played because nothing was automated yet. But then Hold'em got figured out, and now people moved on to PLO, and PLO, like that's the same fear is there that PLO gets figured out. I'm pretty sure it already has been solved. They call it being solved. Like Hold'em got solved, which means it hit its final iteration. It's different than trading because Hold'em is a game of a certain amount of variables and outcomes, as to where trading is not. So yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool to see like the evolution of poker and how close it is to day trading, and kind of the way that stuff works in relation to like how we do it as well. But it's just that day trading can never be figured out. It's a variable that is constantly expanding because it doesn't have a set amount of parameters or a set criteria. That criteria changes daily.
So, have you ever seen the documentary AlphaGo?
AlphaGo. It sounds familiar. What's it about?
It's the game Go, the Asian game. That is it is like chess, but you're playing with marbles.
Okay.
And there's the white and the black side, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it's something like 20 squares by 20 squares. It's just like, it's crazy. Like the possibilities are like even larger than in chess. Like the amount of plays that you can do is just like crazy. And I think it's a documentary that was published maybe like 5 or 6 years ago. So they created this AI that was playing AlphaGo, and everybody was saying, that it would be impossible to create an AI that would be, good enough to beat like the best world players of AlphaGo.
Yeah.
And it took them like years and years and years to develop. And then I'm not going to spoil the ending of the documentary if you haven't seen it, or if anybody has seen it, but they were able to develop this amazing AI that was actually learning as it was playing against the best players. And
Interesting.
Yeah, it just got to a point where it was really, really good, and then it played the best player that has ever played AlphaGo. Is a guy from South Korea.
Yeah.
Like, to give you an idea, like I think it was undefeated for like the last 100 games that he played in tournaments. So the guy never loses. It's just like crazy. And then he plays the computer, and during one of the games, the computer plays a move that just like everybody, I don't understand the game, but like you see like all the commentators and everybody's watching the game, and even like the guy who's playing against the AI, everybody's just kind of like and just like like, whoa, what just happened there? And that move actually changed the way that the game is currently played. like by the
Really?
professional players. Yeah, it's just like everybody like whoa, what the hell happened there? Like, and yeah. So anyway, so if you ever have a chance to watch it, have a look. AlphaGo. It's a really good documentary. It's about an hour and a half long, so it's not too bad. But it's really interesting to see how far they were able to take AI, to take the intelligent artificial intelligence. And
Yep.
that player, I can't remember his name, but what he was saying is that it was beautiful to play against that computer because it was creative. The computer was creative, and it really inspired him.
Interesting.
In the way he was playing. Yeah. It really. It says that it changed the way they was going to play the game forever.
Very cool.
Yeah. So yeah. If you have a chance to look it up, AlphaGo. I know that it's on Netflix.
Netflix, yeah, good old Netflix.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yep. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. It's 19 by 19 lines. Yeah, and it's been invented like over 2,000 years ago.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah. It's pretty popular.
So yeah, that's game of strategy and
Yep.
19 by 19. I don't remember how much a chessboard is, but that sounds like more than a chessboard. I think chess is 16 by
8 by
16.
8. I think it's
No.
8 by 8.
Is it 8 by 8?
Is it 8?
Yeah,
by
it must be
10 by
because
10?
because there's 8 pieces. Yeah, it must be.
It's probably 8 by 8 if I remember.
The king,
but
the
anyway.
queen, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and 2 bishops. Yeah, so 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it is 8 by 8. Yep.
8 by 8. Yeah. Okay. 8 by 8. Yeah. So yeah, it's a beautiful documentary. Really beautiful
Very
documentary.
cool.
So
That's a
coming
huge
back
board then, 19 by 19. That's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
it's
that's
pretty
huge compared to chess.
big. Yeah, it's pretty big. But the squares are pretty small because you're playing those small marbles.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty big. It's really really big. So coming back to what you said earlier, so you really think that there will be no way it wouldn't be possible that an AI would be developed at one point where it would be able to do what we're currently doing as traders?
Not possible.
Okay.
Fundamentally not possible.
Because there are too many variables?
No, because they're not static variables. So in a game like poker, you have 4 aces. So you have 4 of, let's just give ace a unit. We'll call ace of like the ace of diamonds, unit number 87. Ace of hearts, unit number 88. Ace of spades, unit number 89. Ace of clubs, unit 90. So there's a specific amount of variables. So there's static variables. Just like in chess, you have lots of different options that they can move in up, down, left, and right, but those aren't infinite.
Yeah.
The thing about day trading is they're not static variables. There's static rules we live by, but the reaction based on that rule then creates the next part of the charts. So first off, the next component can never be predefined. So that's part of it. And the second component is that there are just too many variables that can occur. So you get into this decision tree that becomes kind of like an infinity loop. So if you have, say, 20 different instances that could occur at one level, as to where chess, a pawn can only move up or diagonally, so it has 3 squares it can go onto. If there were, say, 20 different instances that a level could test, there would be thousands and thousands of events that could happen thereafter because there's so many first variables, right? And then there's time frames within time frames. It just becomes an infinite cycle of numbers. It's like one of those math equations where, you know how you can take a piece of paper and if you fold it 19 times, it hits the moon? Have you ever seen that?
No.
So take a flat piece of paper, just like a loose leaf paper. If you could fold that piece of paper in half 19 times, the circumference would touch the moon. So from where you're standing right now, if you could fold that piece of paper 19 times, the compounding nature of the height of each fold, 19 folds, it would go from your fingertip to the moon. Everybody in chat, try that. You'll sit there and you'll get to about 8 or 9, and you're like, I can't fold it anymore. And
Wow,
you'll go
okay,
like,
I
oh,
see.
give me a thinner piece of paper, give me a bigger piece of paper. It doesn't matter the size of paper, it cannot be folded 19 times because I think the number is 19. But if you fold it 19 times, it'll actually touch the moon. That's how big it gets. So that's the same kind of problem that day trading has, is that the compounding amount of variables grows at such a substantial rate that we would need computers. Like, I don't even think they could create computers that could calculate that much. It would be like trying to calculate variables in the galaxy. Like we can sit here and say, oh, there's as many galaxies as there are pieces of sand on Earth. So, you know, on Earth, how many grains of sand we have on all of Earth? That's how many galaxies are out there. And we can't we can't even fathom how many grains of sand there are on the Earth. Like it would take computers that are, I don't know, maybe in 1,000 years when things are so figured out that, I don't know, maybe, but like we're just not even ever gonna, it's never gonna happen. The compounding nature of those variables is so massive that it's not even countable.
Well, I'm actually happy to hear you saying that. So that means that our jobs are safe for at least, you know, the next few hundred years. So
Guabe said it's 42 times. Okay, it's not 19, it's 42, but that's still a relatively small number, being that I'm looking out my window and I can see the moon still. And 42 times is not a lot.
No, that's not a lot.
I take 42 steps to my fridge and I get a drink. 42 folds to the moon. Oh my God, dude.
Dude, that fridge is so far from you. I mean, I'm literally, I would say 7 steps away from my fridge. Not even like 3 steps away from my fridge. I never want to be too far from my fridge. So
yeah.
Always eating a lot. So, oh wow, that's interesting, man. That's really interesting. That's really cool.
It simply can't be figured out because the amount of variables, it's not even computable. And then it could all change based on the whim of one person. So even if you could figure out all the variables and all the trees, even if in hundreds of years we had computers, it could all be changed by one random person.
Yeah.
Somebody changes the order book. All of a sudden, those variables are all blown out of the water. Somebody puts 100 Bitcoin on this level. All of a sudden, those variables change. So it's not doable. It can't be done.
Wow, I like it. I really like it. So yeah, that's really interesting. Really interesting.
Because of my poker past, this was a huge focus of my research in day trading when I actually did start to reverse engineer day trading, because I came from a world excuse me, hold on, let me get medicine here.
Yeah.
I came from a world where my career was threatened by a poker solver. So soon I wouldn't be able to play poker because of not only bots, but because of GTO scalpers. Now there's still a small edge in poker you can have as a human, but it becomes so small that the amount of time spent versus the dollars you can extract per hour, and unless you're a tournament player, which I really didn't like tournaments, I only liked cash games, and even tournaments kind of got figured out to a point too. And they didn't kind of get figured out, they did. So because I came from a world where my current career was being victimized by optimized computer algorithms, this was a huge focus of whether I actually wanted to even enter into day trading at all, because I had to actually figure it out and say, okay, is this going to happen again? So this was like always a big focus of mine.
Well, it's interesting. I've never. I was wondering, could we one day? I know that some people are using computers and bots, to a certain extent to do trading, but I was kind of wondering if we would ever see the day where AI would just totally take over the market.
There's a limit on what bots and AI can do. You can create bots and use first off, there's many types of AI. So you have 4 types of AI, I believe. There's 4 core types. The current version of AI that we understand is very simplistic. Think of a car with a think of a car with a camera, and you know these new cars, and they have the automatic braking system if an animal runs in front of your car. So the version of AI that we currently have takes a picture of any objects crossing its path. So it uses its camera, takes a picture. It's like, oh, there's a rock, there's road lines. Oh, look in the distance there's a bush, there's a moving thing. Oh, that's a point of interest. All of a sudden it takes a picture of that, sends it back to the database. The database says, oh, and it sits there and scans all the other images to cross-reference it, kind of like you would do a Google image search almost. It says, oh, we know what that is. That's a deer. Oh, that's a deer. It's a living animal. Deers can hit cars. Okay, apply the rules that if this moving object that we've identified as a deer is closing in on our car and is kind of gapping this distance, it's 200 feet away, but if it gets any closer than 150 feet, put the car into pre-brake mode, and then when it gets to like 50 feet, it start putting warning signs, and if it gets to 45 feet, start slamming on the brakes. So it's just using pictures to apply a set of rules. So AI is very limited right now in what it can do. It's all a lot of recognition right now.
Yeah, that I know. For that part, I knew because I used to be in car journalism. So, and I remember, you know, when these systems were starting to be introduced on the market, it was maybe like let's say 8-9 years ago, probably maybe even 10 years ago, and I was in journalism at that time. And yeah, I remember studying those systems, which were pretty basic. You know, there was a lot of challenges for the creators and the engineers to, you know, define what could be represent a denture and what, you know, basically wasn't. And yeah, it was just, I remember, you know, the start of those technologies, and it was quite a challenge for the engineers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's really interesting, the whole talk about like, can bots do it? Like you can create a bot in the markets to follow a set of rules. And if you define a good enough set of rules, I'm sure it can make, you know, whatever returns per day or whatnot, but it's definitely not an optimized way to trade. It can produce an average result, but by no means could it ever be better than a human. So can it run on its own? Yeah. Can it make money? I suppose if you're good enough and you could program something to get just all the right perfect spots, it could sometimes produce results. And will those results be more positive than negative? Well, I mean, that's always the challenge, but it is possible. But you know, at that same time, like there's still, you know, risk there. And so you could create a bot that at its best, it could, you know, maybe make 2% a day kind of thing on a small amount of money or a menial amount of money. But then at the worst of it, it can lose 1.5%. So kind of a variance there where you average out at like a small return. Like you can have bots that do that. But again, the time to develop it versus how much it can make and where it caps at, like what, you know, is it really worth it? And then you run the risk of, oh, if there's other bots that are created just like this, then the effect goes down. Kind of like arbitrage. You know, the more people doing arbitrage, the worse it is for everybody. So that, and then there's the next worry. Like, oh, I'm going to spend 3 years developing this thing. It's good now, but what about in 3 years when it's done?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's really interesting. It's I've never had like this, I would say not this vision, but I've never seen that problem with these thoughts, and it's really interesting. I mean, for me, I was thinking about AI. I was like, well, at one point they're gonna invent something that's going to be able to trade as good or even better than humans, because, you know, emotions are going to be removed. But yeah, it's interesting to see that, you know, that there's so many possibilities that it would be just like impossible.
Yeah, it's really not possible. You can create a, well, okay, first you've said, you've opened the door now. Let's talk about this. So create a bot that can trade better than a human. I would say yes, absolutely easy to do, because most humans suck at day trading. So there's your first problem. Most people suck. So who are you comparing to, right? No, that's unfortunate to say, but as our viewer count spikes down, as I say, most traders suck, but that's the raw truth, is that most traders suck, like straight up. Everybody you know in life, like 9 out of 10 people have been like, oh, at one point or another, they've tried to trade. Oh yeah, you know, I told my banker to go and put you know, $500 on Apple back in 1982, and then I sold it for $700, and then they call themselves a trader, right? Like there's a lot of people, and that kind of, that word day trading is, I don't want to say it's taboo, but it's a bit misunderstood to begin with. Like even we face this every day, and it's like people are like, whoa, Cotton, would you be longing Bitcoin down at 20K or down at 10K? Like, dude, I just make the trade, make the money, and walk out that day. It doesn't matter if I would long it. I'd close that long 15 minutes later. So yeah, of course I'm going to long at 20. I say yes every single time. Every time everybody asks me one of these questions, it doesn't mean I'm sitting in the trade till, you know, for the next 10 years. It means I'm taking a 15-minute trade and making up, you know, $5,000 on it or whatever, right? So there's kind of a misconception of trading. So like there's a lot of stuff you have to kind of define there. Like a bot can make more money than humans because most humans suck, but the average performance of a bot just is like not even a factor compared to a good trader. So then there's all these different brackets that you have to start defining into, you know, can you be better than most? Yes. And most lose money. So will you lose less money if you make a bot that's better than most people? Yeah, it would be better than most people, meaning it would lose less. See what I mean? So
yeah, I understand. Yeah.
There's like a whole windstorm there that you have to go through of different stuff when you're really tackling these questions at a deeper level, and you're actually trying to engineer something in code there's a whole nother storm that people never think of when doing this. And even if they did think about it, it doesn't make it so that it makes them profitable by realizing these things. It just makes the task more difficult because you just get to that moment of doom and gloom even faster. You're just like, this is impossible. And you just get to that moment of doom and gloom faster when you could just simply do it yourself.
Mm-hmm. Well, I remember you talking about trying to develop a bot. I think it was a few years ago, right? You were working on it, and
Like
at some point
3
you
or
just
4
went
years
like,
ago.
"Oh." Yeah, and then you went, oh, screw this. This is just
It's impossible.
impossible. Yeah.
It's impossible. The amount of variables, it's almost infinite. You can't calculate even, this is how many variables you are. You can't even calculate the amount of outcomes there could possibly be. Because you have to build a rule set, and the rule set would be like the 50 editions of the human thesaurus. Like, it would just be endless amounts of books just to define all the rules.
Yeah.
And that the way you create a rule, like a skill tree, right? Or a rule tree. This level hits, and all of a sudden these are the possibilities. Like, you would think you're getting somewhere, and like you would make 5,000 pages of rules, and then you'd be like, yeah, we just finished like writing basically the chapters on the first page. We're not even close. So you could spend 10 years making the rules just to figure out that you did it wrong. So you could flush 10 years of your life making rules and coding it. Like, how many years like I worked on it, you know? It's just, it's not something I would say is possible, although I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, we never know what, you know, the future will bring us, right? I mean, like, technology could evolve, and that's to make it at some point where, you know, it would be possible. But so far, the way you describe the problematic, I don't see this being resolved in the near future.
And one of the biggest problems is there's a lot of people who try this because people who can code, they're not a dime a dozen, but there's literally hundreds of thousands of them. Mm-hmm. How many chart scientists are in the world that would actually share this level of knowledge to the deepest level that would allow even one of those to try to attempt it? So yeah. even the prerequisites to get the right team together, it's a phenomenon. Even at the prerequisite to start the project, it's a phenomenon occurrence to get the right developer who could have the foresight and the right amount of coding experience to see the project through. Fine, say that person exists. How are they going to meet that chart scientist?
Yeah.
Because there's only a few of us in the world like me who know it like I do. So how do they meet a chart scientist now? So now you've got such an obscured variable to even get the right two people in the same room that it's not possible.
Yeah.
So, and let's say those two people meet. Let's say this is like a fantasy island. Those people meet. There's a story of absolute solace. Those people meet in some fairyland, right? Like some fairy tale land, and
a new Netflix reality show.
Yeah, and let's say those two people do meet. What if there's a personality clash? What if there's a lack of funding? What if? Right? Like, you know how many variables it would, you know how hard it would actually keep those two people, it would be to keep those two people together, even if they did meet and saw eye to eye on the project. And then who's to say one of them says, I want to sell this thing to the masses to make $50 billion. And the other one says, I want to keep it hidden to make $50 billion. And then they walk away from each other, never to complete the project because they just simply have a difference of an opinion.
Yeah.
So it's just such, like, I have spent so much time thinking about this. It is just such an impossible scenario to paint that it's not even worth going down.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm happy. That's just like that just means that the job as a day trader is
your job
safe.
Is secure. Yeah, your job is secure
for the next years to come. So hey, man, I'm just saying, I'm not against bots, but I'm like, if I can do it myself, I would rather do it myself and not having anyone, you know, being able to replicate that artificially.
Yeah, absolutely. I have lost a lot of nights of sleep about thinking about this. For the many years I've been doing this, it's yeah.
So sleeping well is it's not sleeping well. It's been a problem for a while for you then.
Yeah, it's definitely definitely one of those things.
Yeah. So
Is our chat in subscriber only mode? Apparently our chat's in subscriber only mode. Hold on a second here. We are in subscriber only mode. Unleash the plebs, dude. I turned it off. No more subscriber only mode. I didn't know that.
You know what?
Unleash the chart scrubs, dude. Unleash the scrubs. Let's go, dude.
I was honestly, that's what I've sent you a message earlier, and I was like, how come there what? There we go.
Yes, yes.
Like, I was like, nobody's participating today. It's kind of the quiet day.
No kidding. I just saw your message. It's like, oh, you can only chat in subscriber mode. I bet you I accidentally hotkeyed subscriber mode when I was coughing or something.
There we go. Well, that's something that the
There we
bot
go.
would have never done.
We were muted. Chat scrubs
Wow.
unite. Release the plebs. Yeah. Nice guys. Welcome. Good to see you.
Exactly.
I thought it was quiet today. I was like, dude, there's a lot of just people watching and not a lot of people talking. Holy Jesus,
like,
dude.
Wow, we really caught the attention of our public right now. Like nobody's answering, nobody's participating, like no comments whatsoever.
They're locked in, dude.
Nice. Well, nice to hear from you guys, and welcome to the show. I know that you've all been watching for a while, but
Yep.
it's good to hear from you guys. Good. So while we were talking, Cotton, I mean, I was looking at the team charting, and it doesn't
Yep.
look like anybody put in an order in the books.
Yeah, so I saw Paradigm. They have a short pretty close. Looks like Enigma's thinking about it. There's definitely a lot of teams setting shorts right now. It looks like they all agree it's going to move down, but we're gonna see. But there's definitely shorts on the books today, so yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know if they took for account in that magic trend that you have that is in the bottom.
I don't think. Yeah. No, I don't think they
nobody-
did.
No, I don't see it on the chart of anybody here right now. So yeah, but we did bounce it like the third or the fourth time that we're bouncing on that trend that you've been talking about. So I'm kind of
Yep.
curious to see what's going to happen now.
Yep.
That 15-minute candle is still over that hourly trend that I have on my chart. So I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen there. You know, it looks like we're getting compressed in between those two trends.
Well, I know if you kind of follow the trail of Bitcoin, it's been laddering off kind of 5-minute levels right now. So I know there's some 5-minute levels in play.
Yep.
And we do have like a 15-minute inverse up at 21,230. So that's interesting as well. It's almost a shame to take a short this early in the day because you're bouncing off kind of a local ladder point. You might expect almost even to go, you know, a little higher in the move, but you know, maybe not. Maybe not. You could just break this thing down from here. It's definitely possible.
Yeah, because we did hope in some candles and that hourly trend that I raid, but it looks like the move wants to go back up a little bit. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen in the next few minutes.
Well, I remember 2 days ago talking about what we would be looking for, and even yesterday. And we talked about like one of the most important things here will be to make this first trend, which we did, that first distribution trend. I've got my chart on the screen here now, is to make this first distribution trend, and we did. And then to make that second and final trend in this move, which is right here. So we have made that second trend. So this hourly trend has got a hold right now. So that's kind of a big thing on the charts right now. We don't have any 4-hour levels we could create. We do have a 1-hour level right here. So we do have like a 1-hour level we could create. Oh, come on. We do have a 1-hour level we could create here if we get over top of it, but yeah, it looks kind of more like you're trying to break this trend right now. 29 minutes left in the move. You could see a pullback. You could see it hit this level here and then just instantly pull down. It's definitely a possibility here. Once you gain this though, I don't really know how much I like taking these shorts. Like maybe you could target this 15-minute inverse, but like you've already hit this 15-minute once you've gained this hourly level right there. So I don't know.
Yeah.
They're kind of too close to really even take this 15 as a short. Maybe you can go push this 15, fall back. Maybe something even better would be pushing this origin and then regaining the hourly down to break the move. Like I think that's more of a realistic scenario. You push this origin, you hold, you create an hourly level higher up somewhere like this, somewhere like on the way, and then you hit that and then lose that one and then just dump the move. I think maybe that's what I would be looking at instead of taking too close of shorts right here, but you know, it could happen still. But no doubt losing that trend here today is going to be a huge moment.
Yep, definitely. But by the looks of it, though, we've just opened a 15-minute candle right above it, so it doesn't look like we're about to lose it. But of course, you never know. But so far, it's looking good. Yeah, and and did you have a chance to speak with the teams this morning? How was everybody feeling, like mentally? Because yesterday was kind of hard,
It was hard.
Especially,
It was hard because there were so many good opportunities and the teams weren't getting in on them. They were missing trades. Like Enigma missed the bottom. They slightly misidentified the move, like where I had my hourly level. And teams they try not to listen to my stream. And I tell them, you guys got to make your own decisions. You can listen to my stream, feel free, but I'm not giving out free trades on stream. Like I'm talking about every level. So unless you're really paying attention and tuned in, I'm going to mark the hourly. I'm going to mark the bounces, and you're just going to catch snippets of it and you're going to make mistakes. So it's not like they're sitting there listening to my stream, and sometimes they do for entertainment purposes, but they don't have the focus or the freedom to just turn it all off and watch the stream, right? Like they don't have that freedom to do that. So we saw that yesterday. Enigma mismarked that level on the bottom. They had the 5-minute level. I had the hourly marked. The hourly hit to the dollar. Man, that thing was so good. It led to like a 1,300% move. And so like Enigma just mismarked that move. TA Mafia, they also mismarked it. So two teams missed a massive pump on that move just by misidentifying it. And yesterday was tough because it was a little harder to play the chart and it was a much more advanced set of criteria being used yesterday. So it was really tough on teams. It was really tough on teams because it was moving quick. And I think all 5 teams at one point or another just missed a big trade. Or like in Arcane's case, was up 400% on a trade, and then in a 1-minute candle, it wicked the other direction and stopped them out by $5.
That was crazy.
That was heartbreaking for them. So
that was crazy.
Yeah. Yesterday was tough for the simple fact that it was like the teams got mentally rocked yesterday. Like they got put through the blender yesterday. So just seeing what is happening today, I would say like teams are definitely feeling good. Like Enigma's already up 200. Paradigm's up like $880 or 900 or whatever it is. 2 trades right at the beginning of the stream. Lots of money being made today. I would say they're not shaken just from what I've seen, but going into those meetings this morning with them, I only spent about 2 minutes with each team. So I didn't spend too much time. I just said good morning, good luck. And everybody seemed normal. Everybody seemed fine. So just a good testament to their mental analysis and their mind game and their strength. Every day, they miss trades, and I talk to them at the end of the day every day, and I'm like, man, tough break on that trade, guys. And they're like, yeah, it's no big deal. We'll just catch the next one. They're like, yeah, that sucked, but the next one's right around the corner. So they all stay pretty balanced. There's no team. I think we see Inuke and Enigma. I think you see them have like for fun meltdowns on stream, like they spam WTF on their screen, or are you even kidding, or not like this, but it's just for fun. They have fun with it, right? So I don't think any team really holds on to that kind of baggage, and I don't really see them having that kind of issue ever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when it's happening on the moment, obviously, you can get some frustration, and that's normal, right? I mean, like we're not emotionless, but I think that's I would say like everybody's really fast to shake it off. That's what you have to do. You have to shake it off, and you need to take a break. You need to, go for. I love going for runs. I love going, just pushing away from my computer and going for a run. Even if it's only for 3K, it's just like it's good enough for me to sweat. I come back, take a shower, reset, take a shake, and all of that together is probably like 30 minutes. So that's just like it's a good, and then I sit back to my computer, drinking my shake. It's feeling good, it feels good, and then back to the next move, and then you move on. It's just you forget about it. But it is frustrating, because sometimes you get into a bad beat and you just have like bad trades in a row. Like yesterday when I was trading my personal account after the show, I had 2 good trades and things were clicking, and then all of a sudden 3 bad trades in a row, and I'm all of a sudden the profits that I make during the day are gone, and I'm losing. Now I'm losing money. So I got frustrated a little bit, took a break. I was watching the hockey game. It was the first game of the Stanley Cup. So watching the hockey game, and just like take a break, came back and took this amazing trade that we talked about earlier this morning, and it made me realize it's just I don't. Have you ever played golf?
But does mini golf count?
No.
Or like, you know, when you take the
golf?
what about when you
No,
what about when you have like a bottle of Coke and you take the cap off and you turn it upside down and you use your finger? Does this count?
That's that doesn't really count, but I like the spirit here.
No, I know. I'll have to say no, unfortunately.
But it's basic, or even surfing. I mean, like surfing could also be a good analogy here. But you know, and it's funny because for me, surfing and golfing, I know that people are gonna go crazy here, but there's a lot of similarity into those two sports, as it's all about timing.
Yeah.
You know, whenever you're surfing, it's all about timing. You're in the ocean, and if your timing is wrong, then you're missing the wave, or if you can get, you know, too in front of the wave, and then you're getting crushed by the wave. And if your timing is off, it gets frustrating because you're in the water for 2 hours and you're just paddling and paddling and paddling, and then nothing is happening, and you don't catch any waves. And it's the same thing also for golf. I mean, your timing is off, and then all of a sudden you're slicing, and then your ball is all over the place. But every now and then you're gonna hit that perfect shot that's just gonna make up for everything else, right?
Yeah.
And it feels like trading is the same thing, because yesterday I had good trades, and then all of a sudden I had really bad trades that just eliminated like the previous trades, and in the end I had like this really good trade that made up for everything. And it's just like, hey, you know, you got to be patient. It's all about timing, and you got to move on from these bad shots, you know. So yeah,
Absolutely.
that was my little analogy with golf and surfing.
And your trade, I think you told me earlier, you're up like 500 or 600% or something like that on that trade. Really good trade for you. Yeah.
Yeah, 700% actually right now. So
700%. Nice job, dude.
Yeah, thank you. I could have closed it a few times, but I want to see how far I can take this, and I would love to reach just for fun. I would love to reach, you know, 1,000%, just to say that it's been done. But yeah, I'm really happy with this trade.
Hopefully Team Enigma's not listening, because that could have been their trade.
Yeah, well, anyway, I know they.
Don't worry, Enigma. It's a paper trade. It's not a real trade.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry about it. But,
exactly.
Yeah, no, I'm sure Nuke and the rest of the team will be able to find good trades today.
Yeah, they're gonna do well today, I think.
Yep. So yeah, again, you know, we started really strong, and now everybody's kind of watching. I think Paradigm is looking to put an order on the books, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to go check on standings real quick once again, just keeping everybody updated. Arcane, negative 526 on the week. Enigma, negative 401. Paradigm Shift is now up 171. Phoenix is down 1351. And TA Mafia coming out ahead at $820. We're going to see how today wraps up. And yeah, let's go listen to some teams for a bit here, see what they're doing. We haven't heard too much from teams today, but let's just go take a listen, see what everybody's looking at and thinking about.
We're setting up a few candles for hard close on this trend again now. I mean, it
I
already
was
has
about
when it
that.
came down, but
It needed to gain this 15.
yeah.
What up?
There's a 15 backside, I think, that stopped here.
Oh, on the top.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
like that's
okay,
rejecting that move now.
Setting up the hourly inverse, possibly.
Yeah, 18 2 minutes.
So
Looks
I'm
like
trying
we
to find a level
lost
to come back to.
Team Phoenix's stream here. Let me see if I can get that back up for our audience.
Oh, from that, yeah.
You
The only
must
thing
have,
that I really love immediately is
had
the
a connection
reverse gate
issue.
talked about at top.
Yeah.
Unless, yeah. And it just kind of depends. Like if we spend
We
too
have
much
them
time
here.
above the 15 origin, then
We're not getting them on
I
their
don't
team
necessarily
screen
think I
though.
like it, but I like a decent move up. This is really not one to get hard
There we go.
closest downtrend. Jeez.
Having a little bit of issue connecting to their stream there, but we're back now.
Gonna continue kind of charting AVAX a little bit here. See what we got going on.
I was trying to find an origin on top of AVAX in this previous kind of range that would just come below, but there's literally none.
There
Kinda
was one,
crazy.
it was 15 that it broke out of.
Yeah.
So
You mean on
it
bottom?
was like, oh right, on the bottom there's an hourly. In the previous range it kind of broke out of. There's like a 5 or a 3 or something that was further back. This kind of wick here
I don't see anything.
that broke it out.
Oh yeah, there's a
somewhere.
15 on top.
There's something further back here. I've just marked it. It's not this, but it's on a lower time frame. I think it was something like this.
Like what? Sorry, let me look.
It's beautiful as well. I love it when you just draw something.
Problem with that is it's got a ways to go beneath the range trend, and I don't know if that's gonna hold it. Breaks that range trend. There's one minute there.
Because the original base point for the range trend of this range got broken, so we can't have a trend here anymore. And it's like this 1 minute trend, right? That's what you have?
Let me see.
Yeah, it would go below all of these trends that we have here.
It's possible, but it's risky business for sure.
Yeah, it's too risky. I'm looking at it on my clean chart here.
Yeah,
About distraction.
We're business today.
So maybe the body of 5.
That's possible.
That could work.
But if it's gonna go there, might as well go to the greediest level. Because the greediest level is 20% below that. All right, what do we have? Let's see.
We're gonna confirm 5-minute inverse, 2 seconds. Yep, we have one.
Yeah, we got it right there. 15 is about to get gained. Possibly.
15 minutes on that hourly confirmation.
Hit that 5.
Yeah, I think what we were originally talking about for longs, I think that's the spot.
I do too. Everything else, every level's going to have a reaction, but how good of a reaction are we talking? Well, yeah, that looks nice on paper right now, but you know.
Yeah, I don't think that's deep enough, but there is a reaction.
There's like these, there's like inverses being created, and I just don't see the percentages justifying the risk to me.
No. I'm not down with it. And even if it goes all the way up to the top of that other origin, I didn't feel good in the moment, so I'm not good with it. See, look.
Looks like Team Arcane has taken this trade. They're up currently $240.
Just a little scalpsy. Come on.
They're looking to just take a nice little scalp, just make a nice little quick profit here. Great job, Team Arcane, so far, up $280. Looks like it's trying to develop over this 1 minute level. Oh, there it goes. Starting to move up. I wonder if they start considering closing this. You never want to see the flash close. You never want to see it. You always have the chance to limit close. Always set your order on the book, limit close out. And if it starts to dump, then you click the flash button. That's a huge mistake I've seen some teams make.
Yeah,
never flash close it.
The fees are pretty high for
well, you
flash
can
close.
always put a limit take on the book and flash close if it starts to dump. So you always give your trade that chance.
Come on.
And then you can slide that limit order, get it lower instead of paying those extra fees.
On this 1 minute.
No, definitely.
You can always move your take profit down too while you're in the moment. All they'd have to do is slide that bar over instead of flash closing.
Could possibly create an origin at 28. No, I think we're good for Todd.
And obviously, Arcane is not listening to the stream because they're doing none of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, I'm just going to try to fill us.
Doing that right now. So this is exactly what you want to see. And then you hover. Yep, good job on Arcane. And then when it hits kind of your prerequisite there in your target, that's when you flash close. You always want to limit those fees.
Oh
So
my
close.
God. Come on.
Let's create that origin then.
That's the moment where you're like,
Yeah,
oh,
thing is gonna get out.
we're so
Unfortunate
close.
for Arcane, they just missed their
Unfortunate.
trade, but still good profits. I think they still lock up about $240 or $50.
Yeah.
Still leave it for me. Are we still in? Either?
No,
I'm
no,
happy
I
for
flashed. It
Arcane.
was getting
They,
sketchy for
they
me.
had a tough day yesterday. It looks good for them today.
Yeah, if you're ever thinking about doing that flash close, that's something you always have to do. Is you have to try to get that limit exit. It is never
I just
worth
wanted to,
flash
you know,
closing.
definitely wanted to
unless
start
it's
today in the
dumping.
positives.
Team Arcane
little as it
up a nice
was.
little $260. Not bad, 265. So not giving up too much on that close there. Great
Catching
job,
up.
Team Arcane.
Yep, catching up on the Paradigm and Enigma, and also TMF, yeah, obviously.
Couple people in chat saying that they've had really good luck over the past night. Somebody earlier said they made 450%. Umar, I'm not sure if it's Umar say. I'm not sure. Anyways, Umar said he made 450% on one of the trades. Thanks. Much love from India. Thanks, Cotton. And then Baldy.
Yep.
Baldy Gaddy? Yeah, Baldy said, had a level mark for a long last night, went to sleep, woke up, had 600%. All thanks to Cotton's lessons. Much love from the Philippines. Well, from my side of the world to yours, guys, much love.
Yeah, thank you very much for following us. We appreciate all the love that you're sending, and don't hesitate to comment and let us know how your trading day is going. We always like to know more about our viewers.
Looks like Team Arcane did make the right decision on that close there. Bitcoin is pulling back a little bit. It could hold and stabilize up, but at this point they would be closing the trade anyways. So it looks like their flash close was in a good position. But I definitely do want to see teams doing that, trying to get their limit orders filled if they think it is going to pull back, because you can always just slide. Even if your candle is going into the red, you can always kind of just hold on for a few more seconds, slide your take profit even into the red, as long as it comes back, because you're always going to make more money if you slide it back up. And Arcane, of course, made the right decision here, but it's definitely a tactic I'd like to see more teams use. I'd like to see them actively managing instead of hovering over that flash button so immediately and having this kind of emotional knee-jerk response. While it was a good trade by Arcane, nevertheless, I still want to see the procedure going a little different from them. I want to see them taking that take profit limit just like Arcane did at the end of that trade. If they are thinking about flash closing, they have to start moving that down, even if it's to the current price, even if it's just $1 away from the current price, just to try to get that. Because once you start paying those fees, you might as well try to limit exit, you know, for quite a few candles, right? So I think that's where one of the adjustments I'd like to see teams making, and yeah, something I'll bring up with them over the weekend here.
I'm curious though, Cotton. Are the fees the same for a limit order as they are for a stop loss?
No, a stop loss is going to trigger a market exit. It depends. You can have it depends how you set your stop loss, but basically, if the stop loss is executing at that moment and you're just buying down or up, it is going to be a market exit regardless.
Okay.
So you really have to, if you're using a stop, have the level get hit and then have your target pulled back behind that level so that you pay limit fees. But that doesn't always necessarily mean you get hit. You can never go back to that moment. But you know, teams are definitely getting eaten alive by fees, so that's going to be an important thing for them to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I'm curious, because you can adjust your stop loss on the chart as you know as you're trading. So I guess you can do the same thing with your limit order as well, right?
What's that?
I mean, because you can adjust the stop loss directly from the chart of BitGet, so you can adjust it, you know, as we've seen Arcane doing it. So can you do the same thing also with the limit order?
Like your take profit?
Yeah, exactly. Your limit order.
Yeah. We just saw Arcane do that, where they had their take profit order. They slid it down to try to get out of the trade, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just saw them do that. Yep.
So you could just adjust that, and that's it. You would exit from a trade, and you know, by adjusting your limit order.
But if your limit order, if you put it at a price, it has to sit on the books. So if you were to take that limit order and slide it way past the red candle, that is going to market exit.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. So it is going to execute the same thing as a flash close. There would be no difference, but you really want to start adjusting that limit order down to say, okay, I don't want to sacrifice these profits yet. There's still time to hit this marker. Let's get out of the trade, right?
Yeah. No, definitely, because those fees. I mean, you don't take them for granted. You know, I mean.
Oh, they're huge. Our teams are paying thousands and thousands of dollars a week in fees.
Oh yeah. I mean, I remember, you know, when I started trading, I was just like, whatever. You know, I was doing a bunch of trades a day, and you know, closing, opening, and it's just stop loss and whatever. And just, you know, I was flash closing, and and then I realized the amount of fees I was paying per month. It was just like, whoa, okay. You know, it's just like, because you think it's just like a minimal amount, but in the end, like everything added together, it's a lot of money. A lot of money.
Absolutely.
Yeah. A friend of mine, maybe you know about it, and I don't know if you've ever talked about this, but a friend of mine, Lee, actually, he's the one who introduced me to you, Cotton. He's the one who told me about you, and I salute him if he's listening to Chart Raiders right now. But Lee told me about a program that could be added to whatever stock exchange whatever exchange that you're using. And there are programs that basically limit order your positions $1 before you get liquidated.
Oh yeah, that's easy. That's a simple piece of script.
Okay.
We did that in Discord back like 4 or 5 years ago. There's just a couple lines of code.
Okay. Well, for me, I'm sorry for I'm really like a neophyte for whatever is linked to coding and all that stuff. So I assume that it's pretty easy to do, but
It's just about 10 lines of code. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. There's you could Google it. There's tons of those available. There's like it's that's nothing new. I've used versions of that, like same thing. You just $1 away from. That's probably where Lee heard it from, because in our server about 4 or 5 years ago we were using those. But it's not something that's crazy. I don't think you want to get into a habit of, like, one of the things I like about BitGet is you can set your stop loss before the trade actually happens, so you don't need that anymore. I don't know if Binance has changed that, but back in the day you couldn't do that until you had a trade on the book. But now if you set a trade on BitGet, like you look at Team Paradigm screen, they can set a stop already. They don't have to wait for the trade to execute for their stop to be up. So they just set it now. So there's kind of, that's become not useful anymore. It was useful in the past, but not anymore. It's not. You can already just put that stop loss there.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's something that I do as well. I mean, I don't remember the last time I got liquidated anyway. So, but it was yeah, it's something that I mean, like you were saying, it's really easy. I know nothing about coding.
Yeah, no,
Literally.
you wouldn't with how great BitGet is, you wouldn't need that. Honestly,
Yeah.
you wouldn't, because you do it all before the trade anyways. And
Yep.
then, you know, you don't want to be hitting your limit orders anyways. You don't want to be at a point where, you know, you're relying on those limits to be hit in order to save your account. Like that's just like you've got other problems with your trading if that's what you're doing. So it can almost become a crutch in a way. It's almost like putting dirt somewhere where it's hidden instead of cleaning it, because if that's the scenario where you're getting, like, you might sit there on one hand and say, okay, well, you know, yeah, this is great, you know, I can't lose money. If I get liquidated, I don't lose at all. But if you get liquidated, there's a bigger problem that you're kind of hiding, and you make it complacent and just say, well, it's no problem if I get liquidated because I have this mechanism set in place. So it could definitely be like a problem of complacency. And there shouldn't really be a scenario where you are stopping out right before liquidation either. If you think there's a scenario where you're stopping out right before liquidation, you should just set your order there and stop out right beside it, and miss the trade simply if you think that that's a possibility.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
so I don't
yeah,
think it's
exactly.
a healthy habit to get into, to rely on that.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I think the same thing too. I mean, if you don't have the time to put up your order properly, then you just forget about this trade, you know?
Yeah, and if you think that's a possibility, you should just set your order where your liquidation stop would be. And if you miss the trade, it's like no big deal. Just get the next trade that feels a little more safe.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, I've seen it in our team, you know, every time that we're rushed into a trade, it rarely becomes positive. It's just you're rushed, and then you don't take everything for, you know, you don't look at everything on the chart, and then all of a sudden you're into a trade, and then it's like, we didn't see that this trend was closing on accumulation or distribution, and all of a sudden, you know, the move is not going the way that we predicted, or it's going way higher than we predicted. And then when we're revising that trade, we're like, okay, so this is what we did. We were a little bit too much in a rush, and then we forgot a bunch of things. So whenever you're rushed, I mean, forget about it. It's a clear case of FOMO, and then FOMO will just rarely bring you good results. Like, I mean, personally, I probably have like 3% good results whenever I'm FOMOing. So 97% of my trades are negative whenever I'm FOMOing. So it's never worth it. It's never worth it. So if you don't have time to execute properly, just forget about the trade. Yep. So looks like Paradigm has a trade in the books.
Looks like they do. Let's go check it out. Or looks like they maybe just missed it. Well, something I want to talk about that Arcane trade. We'll listen in on Paradigm when the trade gets hit. But something I do want to highlight with that Arcane trade is I noticed they used 20x there on a scalp, and I kind of feel like that's a bit of a leak in a way, because what has happened there is they haven't taken any of the upside of that trade. So I want to talk about this for a second, and we're going to check on all teams, because it looks like there's another team. Team Enigma looks like they're setting along there too as well. Both teams, okay, Enigma and Paradigm, both the two profitable teams, both taking a trade there. Looks like they've got a really good handle on this range right now. So I want to talk about how Arcane managed that trade. I noticed they put 20x on that trade. So I want to talk about both events that could happen here. We're going to go watch Paradigm while this happens. So they are playing it as a scalp, okay? So they're only taking $200-300 of profit on that trade, maybe 400. Like we saw exactly where they took profit. So that was obviously their intention on the trade, right? The problem is that if they're taking all the risk on the bottom side, so if they're only taking $300 on the top side of that trade, and they're using 20x to do that, like I could understand if you're trying to protect capital, because you're saying, hey, look, we think there's like 4 or 5 levels below us. We could pull back a little more, hit one of those levels. If we don't hold one of those levels, we can get out of our trade with a 20x loss, and we are looking for a longer term move. That's why we're using 20x. But when you're predefining it as a smaller scalp like that, I think you need to up your leverage there, because there's no real benefit of using 20x, like if your total profit on that trade is only $350 or $400, there would be no real benefit, because in order to make that $250 or $300, you're not really gaining any benefit, because you're still going to stop out in the same place on the other side. So you're reducing the amount of losses you could take on that trade, but you're also on the other side of it reducing the amount of total profits you can make, because the loss is going to be relatively the same. It might be a little less on the bottom side, but your stop's going to get triggered either way, and that's going to be diminished greatly between, say, 0 and 10% or 0 and 15%. But on the top side, you're forfeiting the rest of the profit. So if you could make 50% in total on that trade, you're forfeiting the 15% to save on the bottom, or sorry, you're saving that 15% on the bottom, but you're forfeiting the other 35% on the top. So unless this is a longer term trade where they're looking at a higher percentage, I really think they should have used a bigger leverage there, because you're trying to balance how much you're going to lose versus how much you're going to gain. So if you're only willing to take 15% off that trade as a stop loss, you're saving money up until 15%. And that's it. You stop out at the same place regardless. But on the other side, that 15%, once you go past that 15% into the profit, you're just kind of forfeiting the benefit. So if you were to take 50 or 40%, at 40%, you're just kind of forfeiting an extra 25% of profits. You see what I mean? Like it's kind of a negative scalar, because you're not really taking the appropriate portional trade. Like, again, if you were saying, okay, we could actually go down 40% total on this trade in order to take a 40% position size on the top, then I understand using a lower leverage by kind of equalizing that risk on both sides. But if you're stopping out in such a small position, which, by the way, if you are scalping that trade, you're scalping it for 40 or 50%, just like they did. It was actually, the trade was perfect itself. I just would like to see that leverage adjusted a little bit, because they're losing the benefit of going for plus 40 by weighing it as negative 15 on lower leverage. So if you were to equate them to 15 on both sides, you're forfeiting a little bit on the top end there. And had they done that, instead of a $200 profit, $250, it would have been a $1,000 profit. Actually, it would have been $1,250 in profit, given the same position size. Now you're risking more, but if your stop is in the same place, you're actually just losing out on the top end. So you kind of have to look at leverage differently sometimes as well, as to where you're gaining your edges. Now, I do like reducing risk when you are looking for a longer term trade, but on these scalps, if you're stopping so aggressively anyways, you're never going to stop at 40% to make 40%. You know what I mean? And if you are, that's where it makes sense to reduce the risk by moving that leverage down.
Yeah.
So I would like to see that adjustment by teams. Again, a good topic for mentorship this weekend. We'll talk about that in depth. Not, no more than this. But just to keep teams all on track here. I think that's an adjustment I would definitely like to see come through in the future here for teams. Kind of thinking about leverage in a way where we don't just say, well, we can make the most money on 100x, so let's use 100x. No, let's start thinking about leverage as its own separate strategy, where we can take advantages and angles in places that would be unorthodox until we really kind of break them down and think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I understand. And actually, Arcane answered us in the Twitch channel saying that they had to use 20x because they already had a 20x order on the books. But
so they should have removed that one then.
Well, that's what I was going to say. That so they should have removed that order to take a larger position. Well, not a larger position, but a larger
higher leverage. Yeah. I just think this is I think with everything we do in trading, we always have to look at where we can take these angles, and we always kind of have to countermeasure things. And we can look at the amount of leverage we use from a strategical standpoint, as well as just a monetary standpoint, because there can be a strategy around the amount of leverage you use. It doesn't always just have to be, hey, 100x more money. Oh, we don't want to lose. Because I think right now what all teams are doing, it's not just Arcane. I think what all teams are doing are when they're entering those 100x, I've seen this too with Team Mafia. They would have been in a much okay, they've done great, but they could have been in such a better position if they used the right leverage given the strategy. If you are going for these quick moves, you should be using a higher leverage, right? So I think everything we do, we have to always take an angle and say, okay, what is the strategy around leverage trading? How can we get an angle here? And instead of just kind of saying, well, if we use more leverage, we make more money. And then when they decide to use less leverage, it becomes an egotistical decision of, well, we want to reduce risk because we are scared. That doesn't really make sense, does it?
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly.
Because when you introduce ego into trading, that's when you start to introduce those flaws, right?
I'm totally following you, and I personally think that they should have canceled that order, you know, that they previously had at 20x, and just that's something that I would have done. I didn't see if they had the time. I didn't see if they were rushed. I mean, in the end, if they didn't have the time, well, it's better for them to have a trade at 20x than not, in a successful trade at 20x than not to have a trade at all. But I totally agree with you that they should have just canceled that previous trade that they had on the books, put the leverage on an higher put the leverage on 50x or 100x, and just execute that trade. But maybe it was a matter of time. And hey, maybe that will be a great conversation to have with Arcane later on, and see what they have to say about that.
So I don't think this is an Arcane only problem. I think this is just, we have so much to consider when we're doing work with teams, and we have so much training that we do. I just simply think it's never really come across anybody's plate. I think we're so focused on the technicals and executing perfect trades because these things are more important. But as we evolve as traders, as we evolve as teams, we also have to look at that and say, okay, where do we take our angle here? So it's just like a really good growing point, right? It doesn't even become a defect, because yeah, it's not something that they're doing necessarily wrong. It's just something where we need to kind of help the teams create strategies to say, okay, this is how we should actually think about leverage in a different way, where every single aspect of this thing, and that's how I think that's what makes me a little bit different as a trader. I always try to take things and just, even when I said that analogy earlier about poker, and I was, you know, in the GTO cycle of poker, and I was trying to meta slave all these different angles, and I was you know, deep into the meta community and really with GTO and developing my own strategies. I always like to just take every single angle, dissect it. No matter what it is, it could be where do I enter my trade? It could be how are other people trading? At what number do I put my stop loss on? Like my brain just kind of goes left and right and fires all over the place, and it's just like, okay, where can I take an angle, right? So I kind of just think of everything like that. So again, I don't think this is necessarily something wrong that the teams are doing. I think it's just a really good growing point and a natural evolution point. And you know, we'll talk about it this weekend. I'll help them create some other strategies. I have some other thoughts that I didn't share with leverage and stuff like that today. I'll help the teams, you know, not only just talking about this, which I see is very surface level, but I got a few really advanced things that I do on my own that I'm going to help the teams with as well this weekend, kind of give them a really good growing point.
Yeah, no, I think this is good, because in the end, when you're reaching a certain level, it's those little tweaks that will just bring you to the next level, and that will make you like a better trader.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Looks like Team Phoenix is stepping away right now to take a break for 20 minutes. I think maybe they've missed their trades, or they're just kind of taking their break for the day. Not sure, but early in the day for them to take a break right when we're so close to some pretty cool trades about to execute here. Right kind of pinched against 2 points of the move.
Yep, definitely. We're still it looked like we're starting to close underneath that hourly uptrend, but now I mean, we're still 50 minutes away from that hourly candle to close. There's also going to be a 4-hour candle that will be closed at the same time. So there's still a lot of things that could happen, but right now it looks like we're trying to regain that hourly uptrend.
Yeah, absolutely. And 6405T in the chat said that's such great advice. Thanks, Cotton. Makes sense. Yeah, I always like to push the bounds. I never kind of settle with we're done. There's always something else, right? I always take that step and push my mind as far as it can go. So yeah, glad people in chat are getting something out of that as well. So Sugar, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Get some medicine. I'm taking a cue out of Phoenix's book here. I'm going to join them in a break. I'm going to grab some medicine, rest my throat for a minute, and I'll be back temporarily. Do you want to take a break or at the same time?
No, actually, I'll talk with the audience.
Okay.
You know, ask them a few questions, and take a break later on. I'm in the mood right now to ask a few questions to our listeners.
Great. I'll be back momentarily, everyone.
Good. Perfect. So, guys, as Cotton is taking a break and resting that throat of his, I was kind of wondering, you know, earlier we were talking about the fact that every now and then we need to take a break and we need to push away from the chart, you know. And then, you know, what do you do whenever you need to change your mood, you know, whenever you're in a bad beat, or whenever you're getting tired, or whenever you need to refresh that mental energy of yours. I want to know that Twitch channel. What do you do to make it better, and what do you do to change your mind during the day? Is it sports? Is it food? Is it gaming? Send us your answers in the chat of Twitch, and let us know what you do for decompressing. I'm kind of curious to see your answers here. All right, we already have some answers in there. The original pickles. Well, great name, by the way. We pump some iron. We also have we also have Kind. Guys, sometimes your names are just so weird to read. But anyway, who plays tennis? 640. Is it an S or a 5? 645T. 64005T. Anyway, I go on a 10-minute walk. I wish that you guys could actually pronounce your names. That's something that we will have to do at one point. You'll have to send us like a little short clip of how to pronounce your names properly, so I don't massacre them. Oh yeah. Oh, Godfrey, step away and take a nap. That's something that I do often, actually. I love taking naps, those small cat naps. Maybe for like 10, 15, 20 minutes. That's something that I love to do. It helps me reset. I find that it's actually, out of everything that I do, I find that it's the best thing for me to just like reset, take a nap for maybe 15, 20 minutes. And I feel so fresh afterwards. It really is the best for me. Go outside and play with dog or some form of exercise. De-esternify. That's something that's really cool. Really cool to do. Go outside with the dog and have a walk. That's a really good idea. Bass main. Feel good music. Oh, you have to be more explicit though. Like feel good music. What kind of music do you listen to? I would like to know a little bit more about that. Lots of people go for runs, and lots some people here smoking a blunt. Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, maybe in the moment, but I don't know how good you would be a trader. How good of a trader you would be after that. Yeah, we have a lot of people going to the gym, running, sleeping. Those comes back a lot. Of course, Team Enigma stares at chart. Yeah, I know Nuke. Nuke never takes a break. Just stays in front of his chart all day long. He actually sleeps in front of his computer. I suspect that he does that. Probably puts some little sticks underneath his eyelids just to make them open as long as possible, to stare at the chart as long as possible. I love your answers, guys. Do some revenge trading. Yeah, that's a good way. That's the spirit, you know. There's nothing better than to trade with vengeance and frustration. That's a good thing to do for sure. Yeah, I see some people playing video games. Any of you playing video games? I would like to know what kind of video games you play. I'm a huge strategic video games. I love like playing video games where you have to use strategies, and also turn-based games. I love that. Oh, we got someone here who's meditating. That's something that I do every now and then, but I have to say that I lose focus. As in, you know, I've done these meditation retreats where you have to be silent for 10 days in a row, and the only thing you do is meditating from 4 a.m. until 9 p.m. in the evening, and you just meditate. You don't talk to anyone for 10 days. That's pretty intense. But whenever I got back home, I'm trying to include meditation in my routine, and it's so hard, and I just lose focus, and I just forget to do it after a while. So I'm kind of wondering how many of you guys meditate, and if you do meditate, do you do it on a regular basis? Jan, I'm wondering, what you're wondering. I'm wondering what you're wondering about. If you're wondering how you can meditate for a whole day, well, I mean, it's you get there, right? I mean, it's called Vipassana, and it's a meditation retreat center. It's free, by the way, guys. There are like hundreds and hundreds of meditation centers in the world under Vipassana. It's free. You don't have to pay anything. You can actually leave as much money as you want at the end of your stay there. And yeah, you just do a meditation retreat for 10 days. They feed you, they offer you a bed, and there is a schedule. But you basically wake up at 4 a.m. and then you start meditating at 4:30 for about like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then you have breakfast and you have a break. You can rest in your room, you can sleep, take a shower, all that stuff. But everything is done in silence. No phones, no computers, no writing, no exercising, no going down on yourself, no nothing besides meditating for 10 straight days. And it's a huge challenge. But if any of you are struggling with impulsivity, if any of you are struggling with impatience, I would strongly suggest including meditation in your routine. And I would strongly suggest doing a meditation retreat like that. It's hard. Obviously, it's really, really, really hard. Like 10 days in a row, it's quite a challenge. But you really have to be in a moment, and it helps you. Yeah, it helps you being in the moment, and it helps with anxiety and patience. And honestly, it's something that helped me on a day-to-day basis, and it also helped me a lot with my trading. Not to say that I'm the perfect trader or anything like that. I still have some impulsivity that I'm working on right now. But yeah, honestly, if you ever have a chance to do it, go for it. It will definitely help you to become a better person and also a better trader. But Jan NV2 is just like, wow, I could never do it. Like, imagine breathe and not move for 12 hours a day. Yeah, it's exactly it, man. You're breathing, and then you're focusing on your breathing and on your body. But it's a life-changing experience for sure. Yeah, 10 days in a row. So I see a lot of people actually use meditation in their routine. That's a good thing. That really is a good thing. I know that it's hard, right? I mean, like most people, whenever I'm talking about meditating, they will always say, I can't do it. It's impossible. My mind runs 100 miles per hour. It's impossible for me to focus for that long. I feel uncomfortable. Well, I mean, it's normal. You need to train. You need to train for that. And it's not something that's going to happen overnight. And that's why that 10-day meditation retreat is such a good thing, because you're there and there's nothing else for you to do besides meditating for about 10 days, 10 hours a day. So it's 100 hours of meditation in 10 days. It is hard, but as the days are passing, I would say like the second and the third day are the toughest ones. And then on the fourth and fifth day, you're getting better, you're getting more settled. It's getting easier and easier. And then all of a sudden at one point, illumination. And yeah, anyway, if you ever have a chance to do it. I've done it twice. I've actually done it 3 times. I've done 2 10 days and 1 3-day meditation retreat, and every time I've learned something. I've learned something about my experience. And the last time I did it actually was in December, because it was part of my journey as a trader. I wanted to go back and do a meditation retreat before I started trading again. Some of you might have heard me say it yesterday, but before I started trading with Cotton Candy Science, it really went bad for me. I lost a lot of money, like a lot of money in the like 5 figures amount kind of money. And it was just, I was in a bad place in my life. I didn't know at that time, but I was doing a burnout, and then losing all that money. It was really hard on me, so I decided to take my life in hands once again. And I started with a meditation retreat, and then I traveled for about 3 months. And then after that retreat and after traveling for 3 months, I came back to Montreal, and then I started trading again. And yeah, it really helped me out. So if any of you are struggling with impulsivity and patience, if you ever want to reach out on our Discord channel and want to talk about it, I would be more than happy to talk to you about my experience and yeah, offer you some guidance if that's possible. Yan in V2 is still like, dude, I meditate every day, but there is no chance for me to meditate for 10 days for 12 hours. Well, I mean, hey, it's you would be surprised, man. You would be surprised. I mean, I used to think like you until I did it, and it was a life-changing experience. You see how far you can go, and yeah, it really is a life-changing experience. So it looked like Enigma is preparing for a trade. Kind of curious to see what's going to happen here. We had the day started pretty good for most of our teams. Lots of teams took profits already. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how it's going to go in the next few hours. Team Paradigm currently waiting for their trades to be executed. You guys are talking about their chakras on the Twitch channel. I like it. I like to read about your spirituality and how you see yourselves and how you implement that in your trading life. So I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of surprised to see that a lot of you are including meditation in your routine.
Looks like that trade that Paradigm was trying to get into, unfortunately, is still moving up, and they just missed it, them and Enigma.
Yep, both of them missed it, I think.
Yeah, unfortunate. Arcane, nothing yet. TA Mafia. Let's go listen in on TA Mafia, see if there's anything that they're kind of considering or where they're at with this trade right now.
Anything on, what was that ETH level you had?
Oh, my ETH level?
Yeah. I think I was charting Bitcoin when you mentioned.
Definitely getting some shenanigans from TA Mafia here.
Oh, it was
no,
Origin,
I have one that...
It was Origin on top. Yeah.
Oh.
I got hit. Well, that Origin that missed by last night by a little bit. Yeah, that sucked. But this one, I had this one that broke the move out and it held it down perfect. This is the one I was talking about today.
Yeah,
like
there was also like a more local, like a.
We're gonna leave Mafia to their shenanigans. Every time I go in there, I swear those guys always have something funny to say to try to throw the other teams off. Looks like a lot of talk about meditation and stuff like that while I'm gone. Very cool. Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely like to stay in tune with their mind and their body. So it's really important no matter what you do in life. But I couldn't imagine trading without some kind of serenity in your life, or at least something to do when those trades go bad, and kind of having something that you always fall back onto, something you prescribe to yourself almost, right? Like, oh, every time I get into a bad trade, I read in chat that I just break monitors. Maybe instead of breaking a monitor, I just get myself a coffee refill. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that would be a better trade-off there. But yep.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, yeah, I forced myself to do it. I really forced myself to do it because,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's just a matter of taking a break and stepping back. I mean, for me, it really helps me out. Definitely. Cotton, I'm the one who's gonna take a break here.
Sure.
Since you're back, so I'll let you handle this, and I'll be right back.
Great. I've got the wheel. Yeah, as Sugar was saying, you know, the day was pretty explosive. Paradigm in $870 or $80 trade profit, and Enigma took a quick 200, and Arcane has taken a quick 300. So all teams in profit today, but nothing since. Bitcoin has kind of just been holding this range. Obviously, Enigma and Paradigm, as we saw, both tried to get into this long, just missed it by maybe, I don't know, $15 or $20. Pretty close to there, yeah. Might have actually gotten a lot closer than that. I believe they had a deeper level marked. I think it was a 1 minute that held the move. And I believe they were looking at maybe a 3 minute to hold the move, and missing just by about 10% on that move. So not a huge miss, but a miss nevertheless. Not even, looks like less than 10%. So a miss nevertheless. Unfortunate for them, but I think teams will starting to be set up, starting to be looking at taking short soon. Anyways, Paradigm has one on the book coming up, so hopefully they get into their trade, and hopefully it goes the direction they want. They're obviously doing great today, and hopefully they keep their profits and just keep compounding that. Co-host today is Sugar Addict. He is from Team Enigma. He's taking a few days off of trading to co-host with me. I've asked him to yesterday I asked him if he wanted to help me co-host for a day, just to spice things up and have somebody else from the teams kind of give their input and advice to the chat and their experience so far with teams. And then he did so great yesterday. I invited him back for today and tomorrow, so we'll have Sugar Addict with us this week. And yeah, he's been a great co-host so far. Chat asking if I've got my RS7. Not yet. Jan asking if the audience is the RS7. Well, I sure treat you guys like you are. I drive you pretty hard. That's for damn sure. I know for meditation for myself, I obviously do a lot of physical exercise, which I think is really great and healthy. And while I talk about this, let's go over to Team Paradigm and see what they're looking at on their trade.
It might have hit the wick if it pulls back from here. We'll have to see though. But if it pulls back from here, I would say yeah, because it. Well, we'll see.
I do have a 15-minute origin up at 21,321.
Yeah.
So this is definitely on the optimistic side.
The exact price 21230 and 21230. Oh my god.
This did pull back off of 15. I think maybe they had a 1 minute level marked. Yep, the 1 minute combo
go
level
higher
inside.
right now. Maybe this 5 minute reverse on the top.
I think at this point you have to cancel that trade on the books. I don't think you can take it. It could hold you down still for sure, but yeah, I think it's becoming a little bit of risky territory here to continue to hold that trade. If you have tested the move and you are pulling back, I think you got to go a little higher.
Where did you say? I'm sorry.
Where that range trend starts at 465 on the 5. That's what Matt has.
Your options here would be trend, or it would be the origin.
Yeah, or 410, something on the top here.
410. I could do 410.
Possible 1 minute origin at 441.
They're taking this time right now to figure out all the levels that they
low,
want to
I would
take.
say tested the wick because it hit it exactly to the price, not even 1 cent off on that wick.
Yep, 230. But we were also having a look at that. That was what was holding just beneath that 5 minute origin as well.
A little bit of disappointment from Team Paradigm. They did have the perfect level set. They just didn't take the wick on the one. They tried to take the body. It did hit the wick, which was very close to the 15-minute body. I think I would have probably taken the body as well. I don't blame them for that entry. I think it was a great try, and it just slightly misses it. At this point, though, I would simply be moving it up to that origin. I wouldn't keep the order on the books. I would be moving it up to that origin. But let's see how they handle it. Maybe they do want to get the re-entry on it.
Take the 5 up top, maybe the wick or 10. Yeah.
There's nothing saying it can't hit this level a second time if they do want to take it.
And oh, that's a tilter for sure. It hit to the exact price, not even 1 cent off. Wow.
Don't be tilted. We're still in the green. I mean, God, there should be zero tilt today at all. man.
I'm
mean,
with
really.
Nimpo. I'd be tilted
No, it's
missing
not
that
a
move.
tilt. It's a different
I
kind of
know,
tilt.
like
It's like
kick a rock.
Ninpo driving for perfection while
Just kick a
JCap
rock and
just
put your hands in your pockets.
sips
type
on a
of thing.
sweet tea,
Well,
wanting to just hang out with the boys.
Yep.
I do like what I'm seeing from Enigma. They do have a pretty nice trend there that did act as the perfect level. Although I think I would go for the hold level. What time frame are you on? Let's go take a look at what they're doing. It is the 1 minute time frame, and you haven't hit that 1 minute level yet. I would definitely take that 1 minute level at 29,395. I think that's the perfect trade. Actually, now seeing Enigma and how they've scribed this trade out, I think they've always been able to stay one step ahead of everybody in terms of meta and what's actually happening in the move. Executing the trade and picking the right level, that's another thing. But for meta, I think they are the #1 team. If you had to rank teams first to last based on meta, I wouldn't get anything past ranking the first place only, because the other teams would be too close. Second, third, fourth, fifth, they would all be too close. But first team for meta has to go to Enigma. They see things so perfectly. For entries, it's gotta go to TA Mafia. The quality of entries TA Mafia gets, absolutely amazing. For trade management, it's got to be Arcane in first. Arcane is definitely the best team at managing their trades, bar none. They have just such a great grasp on the trades when they have and when they happen. So the big question right now is, can Bitcoin break its move down to the next range on the charts? Well, if it can, I think this is the current range we're in right now. Not really going too much higher than the 21,400, 21,500. That not going too much higher than that range. That's the way you do it. So if you are going to break this move down, you definitely have to retest this 5 minute hold, lose your trend, and then I think you see that bigger breakdown that you're looking for. But you're really close. Like, you're going to have some fireworks happen today on Bitcoin. You don't have that much space left. Even between the current trend and the top of the move, it's only 2%. So from the very top and bottom, you've got like 2.4% you can make here, and that's it. So if you caught the perfect tops and sold the perfect bottoms, you're making 2%, which is not a lot. We have a name for Confused around these parts, Buttercup. It's lightning in a bottle, Confused. The kid is fast. He's the fastest trader in the competition. So I definitely noticed a lot of news articles today about the inflation with Bitcoin, and why Bitcoin is dumping is from the inflation. And yeah, seems a little late to be reporting on that one, guys. I had a good chuckle when I saw that. Inflation causing Bitcoin to dump. What do you mean causing Bitcoin to dump? It's been dumping for like 5 months. What do you mean causing Bitcoin to dump? It's done already. It's like those same things when they say in the news stories. In today's news, a turtle crossed the street. It's like, oh, fascinating. Tell us more. We're in a bear market. Yeah, you see, I never really liked getting into that bear bull thing. I just say we're in a money market. We're in a market where we can make money, up or down, bear or bull. It's just money. Got to think of a new term. We're in the printing business. We print cash. We're in a printing market. It's always a printing market. Yeah, we're definitely in a printing. We're on a printing run right now. We've been in one since 1895. We're in a printing run. It has never ended. Buttercup saying, I remember you when you said we are chameleons. Absolutely. I'm a chameleon. Yep, that's one of my old sayings. I'm a chameleon. If we're bears, I'll be a bear. If we're bulls, I'll be a bull. We're chameleons. We're chameleons in a printing market. That's what we are. I think it's time to start a poll. See who thinks this thing is going up and who thinks it's going down. We're going to start a poll here. We're not going to do a prediction. We're just going to do a poll for this one. New poll. We're going to do a quick little 2-minute poll. Let's see what people think. Right smack dab in the middle. Start the poll. Are we going up or down on BTC? Breaking up past 21.5 out of the range. Losing the bottom trend. Let's see what you guys think we're doing. For entertainment purposes, I still listen to those news. Yeah, me too. Whoops, sorry about that. You misclicked as I dropped my bottle cap. Most people saying losing the bottom trend. I think we need to attack the top side first in order to lose that bottom. Yazzie resubscribing with Prime. Thank you, Yazzie. Knife Catcher subbing yesterday saying, hello Raiders, let's wish you a dope day. They did indeed have a dope day. And Kuno Ngwabe and Shotgun OW, thank you for the subs earlier in the week. Saps as well. I don't think we're breaking up past 21.5, but we're definitely going to try to attack it again, I think. I think you see 395 hit and that's it. If 395 hits and holds, I think you break the move down. %75% of people saying losing the bottom trend. Yeah, you've got to wonder with some of these people, like, is it all just like a big game for them? Do they say the opposite of what they actually think? Because it sure seems like they're always wrong. Maybe it's just like a big marketing ploy. Maybe these fund managers and everybody, maybe they just actually say the opposite. Maybe it's just like a big high-level octopus meme. Multiple armed, multi-angled kind of thing. Good old octo memes. They can't possibly just say this stuff and they're wrong constantly over and over for years on end and still have a voice. There's no way. It can't be possible, right? If they cared about their reputation, they would say the opposite of what they say since they're wrong 95% of the time.
Yeah, that would be a good way to do it.
It's got to be like some high-level octo meme. It's like some multi-prong meme where they've like dissected this and gone deep with it.
I like that. Whatever they're suggesting you should be doing in the bulletins and in these newscasts, just do the opposite and see how profitable you would be.
Yeah, yeah. Michael Saylor said short-term market volatility does not matter because BTC is going to 1 million anyway. Okay.
So what was the result of the poll?
75% of people think it's going down. I think we need to see it test this 21,395. Like if I was taking a short, I would look at 21,395. I would take that as a short, and I would hope it breaks it down, because if that holds, the move breaks down. Yeah. And that's the level that we'll need to hold as well. You could keep holding right now too. Like there is a 5-minute level that's holding you down. You could keep holding this 5-minute level at 226, and that could bring you down. But yeah, I think Team Paradigm has that same short on the books, but I think 21,395 is a spot you look at. I think it's the greediest part of the move that breaks the move down, and if it doesn't hold, you have a pretty easy exit.
Currently looking at the chart to see what's going on.
Someone saying level 3 on YouTube needs a rework. What is level 3? God, I don't even know. Isn't that Future of Trading remastered? That needs a rework? That's hey, it's Potato saying that. I hate to say it, but yeah. I'm not gonna say it. We'll be nice to Potato today. We're gonna be nice to Potato for one reason. There's a show called Chip and Potato that my kids love. So just out of the have you ever seen Sugar? Have you seen Chip and Potato? It's actually pretty decent.
I have to say that no, I haven't. There's the two pigs. What's the name again? Peppa the pig.
Yeah. It's on Netflix. We know you have Netflix. You talked about the documentary.
Right. Maybe I'll add it to the watch list. But what is it about?
It's about puppy dogs. They're pugs. Okay. They're talking pugs.
I think I've seen that. Somewhere. I don't know why. Probably through my godson. That
You know what? And it's Canadian made too. It's actually made in over in BC. Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on that.
Successful in the markets and the habits that we develop to be.
It's been slow. Huh? The day started, vigorously with a few teams taking trades, and now looks like everybody's kind of searching for the next move.
Yeah, I think in this moment, you're seeing Bitcoin. It's being very somber right now. Like you're seeing Bitcoin just deciding if it wants to break this range or not. Like I do feel like it's moving up, and it kind of, like, for me, the final moment in this trade has to be this 21,395 level. It has to be kind of the final moment in the trade. You could hit, it'd just be so tough to go any higher. You could hit 460. You could hit 460. You could hit this trend, but yeah, if you hit trend, it's just showing that the move is trying to break, as opposed to this hold level, which will show the move going down. So like if you get the thing is, if you take a short at 21,460, it's not that valuable. It's just a little scalp. But 21,395 could actually be a little bit of a bigger trade.
Yeah. It does look like this is pretty. That's the last moment in that range, right? After that, what else can hold the move? Could hold the move?
I have no clue what Potato's saying in the chat. I'm so lost. He's talking about level 3 now. He's talking about the level that you weren't in, level 4. And now he's saying he's not sure. I have no idea. He's kind of cracked out, but it's okay. He's still one of us.
we all have these moments.
Yeah, he's still one of us. Don't worry. He's just a little
Yeah.
cracked out.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, when I'm reading our viewers' nickname, I'm like, where is this coming from? And I know that some people wanted to know where my nickname was coming from, and then that's a story for another day. One day I'll tell you guys why my name is Sugar Addict. But it's just like some of your names, guys, are just like, whoa, crazy out there. So yeah, I would be curious to hear everybody's story about their nicknames.
You're on that journey alone, my friend. You be curious. I'll let you take that one. That's a one-man street. You can go on that parade all by yourself.
Well, you know me. I'm super curious. I always want to know more. So yeah, I mean, like, I would be really curious to see what people would have to say about their nicknames. Maybe in the near future, we'll see.
Clayton checking in, saying, hey, what's up? Well, while everybody talks about their compelling stories and riveting tales about their usernames, I'm going to go over to the team channels and see what traders are getting ready for what, and what teams are getting ready for what trades.
Yeah, sounds good.
All is silent over in Arcane Land as usual. Clearly we caught them in a interesting moment, and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
I don't
This
necessarily
would be kind of that moment too. I think if you go, I don't know, I kind of like the 3-minute a little bit more on the top, because you fuck around and try to break this trend. Sorry, my bad. If you try to break this trend, you try to break this trend, I think you're just breaking the trend upwards. Like the 3-minute
I
is
think-
the low level.
I think the fact that we've chosen to ladder the origin, but that's the thing. It's like I was saying earlier. Like, we're trying to short the bull case and long the bear case. Like, I like our long still, but we've laddered the origin, which scares me. And then if we were to
Why?
go up there, well, then we wouldn't. Well, because that's what you would want to see before setting up a dump, right?
To ladder
But-
the origin. And I mean, you did create a 15-minute range trend as well.
Yeah. So the bottom looks weaker than the top, but that's not to say that this origin on bottom can't hold.
Yeah.
I do like
It's
Nuke's
just the
3-minute level
divergence
there. I
that
do
you're
think
seeing
that's
now.
a smart trade.
That is just
What?
scary.
I hadn't seen that prior.
Interesting. This needs to be here.
I still like my
know what you
395 better. I think 395 represents the move breaking down. Anything above that, you're playing with
This
break
is
up.
the thing, right? This trend's breaking. We create a high range at the reach point, which is what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
This could just push us up, right? Like I don't think we've necessarily fully laddered, quote unquote, laddered the origin yet until we break this high range that we're developing.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, I'm saying if we go down now. I'm wondering, when does the hourly close? Yeah, 11 minutes. So it'd be interesting to see, like maybe if we were to gain this hourly shield and then go test our long.
Well, there might even be a better case, because the hourly comes down here, closes thin accumulation, shoots up to our level, then all of a sudden that becomes the best shield, right?
Or like I was just saying, like you just close it, like where you hold the high range for like 12 more minutes, create the
Yeah.
hourly shield, and then just deep dive within the hourly to the 15-minute origin, and just hold
Yeah.
that to push up and create the breakout
Yeah.
for the trend.
I think it depends on if or if not we hold this range.
Gotta love listening to Enigma. They're just so in tune with everything that's going on. I was talking about that while you were gone, Sugar, about how if I had to rank one team's like the team that I would place in first place for like the overall meta and the way they look at the actual charts, it's got to be Enigma. Like Inuke has such a crazy grasp on the meta of a move. Now, target management and the management of trades is another story. And he misses targets sometimes, but Like the meta, dude, he's so good, it's insane. And Gio saying, I like his trend, bro. I think we need to put that on a t-shirt. I like your trend, bro. Or a t-shirt that says, want to see my uptrend with an arrow pointing down. That'd be decent t-shirts, right? Maybe a little... Yeah, new cotton merch. Yeah, why not? Let's go check on Team Paradigm.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on that. Let's see what's going on with that hourly. It's gained it white, but it won't be able to hard close it in this candle.
Big wicks deserve big licks. Yep. One of my classics.
5 minutes trying to confirm. If we go to the origin.
Yeah, it's hitting that like it hitting that one.
Yeah.
At 1 minute. It went right through the 3 to the 1. Which from the origin would have been 97%.
Paradigm has that same trade. So does Phoenix. And let's hope we actually get to see that level hit for our teams here.
Yeah, I don't think we're very keen on any longs right now, are we?
I mean, the only thing is the origins.
Yeah.
I think the whole levels at the bottom are tested. I guess that woman at the very bottom isn't.
Yeah, unless you're keen on the 5 minute origin.
Yeah, I mean, we could take it if you wanted, and then just stop
I mean, because
out.
the move's still laddering. If you take that 5 origin,
You could just stop out below that ladder, like.
And late.
Yoda level or whatever you called it this morning.
We can call it the Yoda. I like the Yoda level. I like
the Yoda level.
I think the idea of the Yoda level is better than the Obi-Wan level. I think we call it a
Okay.
Yoda level.
A Yoda level? Okay.
Yeah, and we make it, of course, it's green.
Yeah.
Hang on here. Dude, I'm just getting ideas every day. Oh no, it's not gonna let me do it, is it?
Probably not.
I've got
That's
a plan.
okay. That's
I'm gonna
okay.
give it
Well,
a
at least
wing.
we'll at least know what the Yoda level is.
Hang on here. I can do it. I can pull this off. I know it.
Cotton will know what level we're talking about, but nobody else will.
I know nothing. I'm just a mere peasant on a passage.
No. God dang it, dude.
There's no way they'll let you do that.
And that'll do it for TA Mafia. Let's go back to our five-way chart here. Like I said, I'm just a mere peasant on a bus, trying to find the right stop and missing all bus stops on that journey there. Still looking for trades from Team Paradigm, Mafia, Enigma, Phoenix, and Arcane. All teams in profit so far today, and hopefully they'll continue it.
I love the Yoda level or the Obi-Wan one. That's a good one.
Yeah, they've got a whole pile of different levels. They've got the Eduardo level. They've got what else do they have? They have a whole bunch. I lose track, to be honest. I can't keep up.
I'm wondering if it has anything to do with the colors of the level they're actually using.
Yeah, they've got the Mama level. That's right. There's a Mama level.
Hmm?
There's the
Yoda
Eduardo
level.
level. Yeah, the
Yoda
Giga Chad level.
probably-
Yeah, can't forget about the
probably be
Giga Chad.
15. Yeah, all right. So there's probably a code for the colors that they're using. Oh, that's really interesting. All right, here we go.
I like it.
Yep, I like it too. I think it's brilliant. I mean, you assume that teams don't really have time to listen to the stream, but I mean, it could also be strategy just to have someone eavesdropping, on whatever the other teams are doing. So yeah, you want to be as safe as possible with whatever you're doing.
A scout. Yep, absolutely.
We're about to close that hourly candle. Let's see what's going to happen here. So guys, as Cotton is taking a little break, I want to know a little bit more about how you're seeing the develop. So who do you think will come out as the leader of Chart Raider today? Is it going to be TA Mafia, Paradigm, Phoenix, Enigma, or Arcane? Post your answer in the Twitch channel. I'm really curious to see what your answers will be. Got people routing for TA Mafia. Some people were routing for Enigma, Team Paradigm. Yeah, as I said, we want to see what you guys, who you guys think will win this day, who will come out as leader of this day. TA Mafia already in front of everybody right now, but do you think that the other teams will catch up until within the end of the stream? So I'm kind of curious to see who do you think was going to be the leader at the end of our trading day. So it's a bit slow right now, still waiting for some confirmation. I mean, the teams are currently looking at where this hourly candle is going to close, and also the same thing for the 4-hour. And as soon as this is in the books, we're probably going to see some orders filled in. As TA Mafia is showing us the Yoda level. So to answer some of you are wondering who is leading the pack right now. So as of now, TA Mafia is the leader. TA Mafia not only the leader for today, but actually went in front of the pack for the entire week. They had wonderful trades this morning, so they're now leading the pack, but not far behind. If I'm not mistaken, Paradigm and Enigma are right behind. I would have to confirm with Cotton once it's back with the leaderboard. And I see that everybody's liking. So as we're seeing it now, so TA Mafia is in front. We have Paradigm Shift in second place, Enigma and Arcane following up, and Phoenix last. Phoenix didn't take a trade so far today. They had a rough day yesterday, but we all know what they're capable of, and there's still plenty of time for them to catch up with the rest of the group. But as of now, TA Mafia in front with $820 in profit total for this week. As I said it, you know, they had like wonderful trades yesterday and also today. They were banking, paradigm shift, the same thing. They came back from behind for catching up on the rest of the crew. They're currently on the second place, and then we have Enigma at minus $401 on at the third place. So yeah, it's pretty interesting to see how the teams are currently doing.
Just going over quickly to the teams panel here, just so everybody can check out all the members of all the teams. We've got Arcane, Enigma, Paradigm, Phoenix, and TA Mafia. All 5 teams on your screen with all the members and captains of each team.
Yeah, and
I'm talking about Team Phoenix for a moment here. You know, the thing about Team Phoenix and with this competition is, at any point, these leaderboards are subject to change in one trade, because our traders do trade with 100x leverage and they do use a good amount of money on these trades. So like we saw it with TA Mafia yesterday. They went from being in the negative on the week to being up a total of $1,000 almost. They had plus $2,450 in trades yesterday. So just due to the leverage they use and the leverage that every team uses, you can have these positions change in the blink of an eye. Teams could be up $10,000 in one trade just like that, and teams can lose $2,500 in trades just like that as well. So, you know, you never count the competition done too early, because even though the week looks like, okay, TA Mafia is on top, Phoenix is on the bottom, it could change in one trade. Like it happens so fast with leverage. It's crazy, which also for us keeps it very exciting, because we don't ever really have kind of this boring moment. Every single trade has that opportunity. So I really love that.
Yeah, and I do too. And it comes back to what I was saying earlier, right? I mean, you can have a few bad trades, but all of a sudden you're just banking on a one amazing one, and then you're back in the game. So yeah, you don't count anybody out just yet, because you never know what can happen.
Yep, absolutely. Going back to all 5 teams here, TA Mafia has tried to conceal their information. They are using a bit of a shadow tactic here, as we call it. Just making sure the other teams can't snipe their levels. Obviously, they are in first place, and every team will be looking at them trying to snipe those levels. So they have put Yoda, they have activated the Yoda on their chart, playing one of their ace cards.
I love it. I love it. This is all new for me, right? Because, you know, as I told you, I've never really had the chance to watch or even listen to the stream. I was actually watching every now and then when we were taking breaks. I was watching for 5 or 10 minutes top. So I've never seen the Yoda level, but I like it. Really like it.
Well, this is also new for you, also new for them. I've also never seen this either. So
wow.
yeah. New for everybody.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
that's Confused for you. Lightning in a bottle Confused. Always thinking on his feet, one step ahead, faster than the rest, and most profits so far this week. So I think there's a lot of pressure on TA Mafia, because going into this thing, when we were developing teams, so for those audience members who don't know, when teams were being developed, I kind of let everybody make their own teams, and I waited till we had 3 or 4 teams on the books already. Then I said, okay, now that all these teams are created, let me handpick all my favorite people from the server. And that's actually how TA Mafia got created. These were people who were kind of considering teams, but not really. And I said, okay, like Arcane was formed, Enigma was formed, Phoenix was formed. We had another team that didn't end up making it to the final cut. They were formed. And then I said, okay, everybody's so foolish to sleep on these traders, because, I didn't want to cherry pick out of the server and say, let me create like a secret hit squad. But the people that you see in TA Mafia were the people who I had kind of on my hit list, on my hit squad to form a team around. And I didn't want to have any influence on the team's creation. So I let teams form. And when there was only one spot for teams left, I said, okay, now I make I make the team of people that I think would be absolute killers, and that's where Confused, Joe Mixer was originally in there. He is now part of Team Paradigm. Seabass, 4acre. That was kind of my hand-picked killers, and yeah, that's where TA Mafia actually came from. So that's the story behind TA Mafia.
Really interesting. I didn't know the how the team got created, and that makes me realize that I don't know much about the other teams. Obviously, we had all these little events where we learned a little bit more about each person, in each team. But I mean, there's still so much to learn about every people, everybody who's trading, and who are part of the team. So yeah, you're getting me more and more curious now. As I said earlier, I was kind of curious to learn more about our audience, but now it makes me realize that I don't know much about my competitors. Besides the fact that they're really strong with their TA and they're really dedicated. But yeah, I'm looking forward to knowing them more.
Yep, absolutely. Looks like Team Arcane is trying to set up along here. They are trying to play the breakout, so I wonder if on this trade, do they play the breakout to the upper part of the move, or are they just going to take a little tiny scalp again? We're going to see what Arcane has in mind, but I think at this point, when you've held this move over and over and over like this, they're probably leaning more towards holding it to see how it can develop. But I guess ultimately it's going to come down to the amount of leverage they use too, right? They're going to maybe have a preset amount of money they want to make, maybe 1,000 or 1,500 on this trade. They're going to execute the trade, and hopefully it holds for them and goes in the direction they want. So it looks like they are setting up along here. Quickly checking in on the other teams. Looks like Enigma is setting up along here as well. Looks like they're about to get into a trade. So let's go watch Enigma. I'm sure they're going to be all comms open, talking furiously about this. Let's go see what they have to say about their trade. That's what they have to say. Perfect timing.
What? Yeah, just waiting. We've already said all there is to say.
We haven't heard Inuke's banjo yet, but he does break out a banjo from time to time. We can sneak in here at sometimes. It happens late at night most of the time. And I come in the channel and I hear him just jamming out with his banjo in his voice.
Let's see.
This is so American. I love it.
If this 3 minutes was really enough, that's nuts.
Sometimes Marcus joins in. He's got a bottle that he, when you blow on the top and it makes that kind of swooshing noise with that nice resonance and bass in it. And sometimes Marcus will join in.
If you're telling me that this is it's a empty Canadian maple syrup bottle, I'm gonna lose it.
No, we have rules in the server to respect all nations, so we don't do that in the server.
Interesting, Marcus is also from Montreal, just like me, and he's currently living outside the country in Denmark. So yeah, it's fun because in our team, everybody's from all over the world. Shenron is from Belgium. I'm from Canada. Nuke is in Alaska. So yeah, it's crazy to see where everybody's from. And hats off to Nuke, right? Because whenever we're trading, we have to take that in consideration. But it's nighttime for him right now. It's and he's when we're trading all together, I think that he has to wake up at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy and impressive.
Yep. He says, I wake up at 4 a.m. relaying the message for us there. Yep.
There you go. Team Phoenix setting up. Looks like Team Phoenix is setting up a trade.
Yeah, it looks like Team Phoenix is going to be entering along here. Let's go check in on them and see where they're at. I think it's the same level as all three teams have here. I think all three teams are expecting this to move up.
It does ladder off the 1, yes, but if you what's the difference in the body of the 1 and the 5?
Not much.
0.10.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not much.
And I mean, if we're using less leverage for us to try and get into it.
I put 25x on, and the stop was still not very nice.
I'm sure
Lowered
not.
it to an acceptable amount.
How much did you throw on?
That's just what we've been trading with all week, but just using it on 25x.
So, yeah, does leverage really... Do we take that much of a hit on the stop with lower leverage? I mean, I don't...
Yeah, it's like 150 still.
Doesn't seem like it, yeah.
Sounds like they're using a strategy where they're just...
Yeah, I mean, if it makes sense to use higher leverage, if the stop is still like the same, then...
Yep, sounds like they're using a strategy where they're just looking at a raw amount for where they want to get stopped out at and not an actual percentage or leverage.
And used high leverage.
Okay.
Oval Street asking the name of the current song that's on. This is the Chart Raiders Jammer right here. Every time I hear this song, Sugar, it's just Neon City, Miami, 1980s, going back and forth from the club to the beach.
Yeah, it does have a little Miami Vice vibe to it.
Yep, it's got that cocaine 80s feel, as they call it.
Yep.
I love it. It's an absolute jammer.
Crazy period for Miami.
Yep.
Again with documentaries, but there's a documentary about that period actually in Miami. So before talking about the cocaine wars in Miami and like the gang wars and all that stuff, and the banking system blowing out of all that money that was laundered in the 80s. And yeah, it's another great documentary. I can't remember the name of it, but I think it's Cocaine Wars, if I remember.
I think you're thinking of Narcos.
No, it's not Narcos. It really is a documentary.
I know, I'm just bugging you.
You got
but
me.
this makes sense though, because you have such a strong connection with the time period and style and everything. This is where Sugar comes from. Your name, Sugar, right? Sugar Addict.
Yes, exactly. It was
1980 Sugar, right? Yes.
Exactly. It was more politically correct to say sugar addict than than cocaine addict. Or that's exactly why.
Yeah, this song is an absolute jammer. I would just like max volume in my house, eyes closed, head to the ceiling, arms out, spinning in a circle, all day long to this. Tiny little sidestep every now and then, roll some dice. Yeah, this would be an absolute jammer. Peanut butter waiting for me. Yep. Never let go of the dream, as they say.
Jilly BRZ says Cocaine Cowboys, and yes, that's exactly it. That's the name of the documentary I was talking about. Thank you very much for
I'm gonna have to watch that. Is it on Netflix as well?
At Netflix as well, you know it.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
You know, the thing about the 80s is I feel like it was a time period where style died in kind of a way. I feel like that was the end of kind of style and like modern creative thinking. You know, the 90s came around and it was like the pop 90s, and I feel like the whole idea of because computers were new in the 80s, right? Like all like it was just kind of an untapped world. Like Terminator came out and nobody really knew what was going on, and you know, everything was just around the corner. Computers had just been invented. Everybody was scared. It was like, oh my God, these things are changing the world. And in, 5 years, Skynet's going to be here. It could already be here. Oh no. And then there was like, that was when style was exploding and when music was exploding. And then the 90s came and pop kind of stifled everything. And then we just went to like Backstreet Boys and Britney Spears. And I kind of feel like we're getting back into a little bit of that 80s styling, which is cool. It's almost like we had to go forwards in time and then come backwards in time to advance. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. There's a lot of influence coming back from that period, and I like it a lot. You know, the 90s were good, but like you said, you know, it was lacking a little bit of style.
Whoa. I didn't say the 90s were good.
Pull it down.
Yeah. But I mean,
Paradigm almost in a trade here. Sorry to interrupt your story there, Sugar,
yeah,
but
go ahead.
Paradigm has just missed their trade and it's still trying to fill. Moment of silence for Paradigm. I don't think they're going to get into this trade. I think they might miss this trade. Same with Team Enigma. They have just missed their trade as well. Oh no, once again this is happening.
Nah, that would be dirty if it holds this 1 minute to ladder.
It's got to test this level in this candle. Otherwise it won't actually go and test it. Oh no.
We're playing the origin here.
Might just come back.
Are you kidding me?
They have missed it by about $1. Again, this is the demise of Enigma in front of our eyes. It is constantly happening.
This is $1, dude. Literally $1.
Hold on. It's still trying to actually confirm the hold.
28.75. It hit 28.76.
Oh no. Paradigm having the same thing. Arcane took their order off the book. They didn't like it. Oh, they just got filled in a big way. Let's see if it actually holds.
There's the fill.
They did just get filled on the order. It is moving down.
Come on, Bitcoin.
I think they're going to get triggered out of this trade. I don't know if this is actually going to hold. It's hitting their trend.
We might get stopped.
They've got to be close to getting stopped out on this trade. That's got to be it, right?
Yep. Now I'm wondering, you know, if Enigma had the chance to exit.
We're still in profits from this morning, but there's the stop.
Yep, their stop got hit. Let's check over on
there's
Paradigm.
someone who disagreeing with position. You're also with him. What the hell was this?
Shenron with the jokes. They got stopped out too.
I told you where it was.
No, but you can't put in more than that. You would have to lower leverage because 35%. Yeah, you can't go more than that.
How it goes. Look at that.
Looks like teams misidentified the entry down to trend.
Yep.
Oh no.
Oh, that's a tilter.
Yeah, now you can get tilted a little bit, guys.
That's
the move hasn't confirmed yet, so I don't think there's any room to celebrate yet. You still got to move up here, but yeah, unfortunately, looks like they both have gotten stopped out just too shy. And I think this is the same problem, Sugar, that I've seen all week with where Paradigm has slipped. Is they are taking trades on levels that are in front of other levels instead of just going for the greedier entries.
Yeah, that's something that happens often. You want to be part of the move. You want to be part of the trade. You want to have it. So you FOMO once again. I mean that word comes back often, but FOMO of not being part of the trade and just missing out the move.
Let's see.
Yeah,
it happened. Yeah, it's something that we've seen, and that's something that all traders have to deal with. But unfortunately, it has
we
hit.
are gaining a 3 in
Enigma
2
and
minutes.
has hit. I'm not sure. Did Arcane got filled out?
I don't think Arcane is in the trade. I think they removed their order. Yeah, they have the BRB.
Yeah.
They have removed their order. But funny enough, Phoenix is the only team in this trade. They took the greedier level, and we talked about this earlier, and I said that, you know what, I feel like Phoenix is going to have a day today, that they're going to have a great day. And they're the only ones who are actually possibly in this move up. And this could turn into a big trade. So, this is really great for Phoenix that they got into this. But
ways to go to gain a 5,
this has been the story for Paradigm. This has been kind of their Achilles heel, their falling point. Week 1, they were up $2,500. It came first 3 days, profit all 3 days, 800, 1,000, 800. They had 3 crazy days, and then they started to adjust their strategy where they were going for these kind of spots where there was 4 and 5 levels, and Bitcoin was pushing all 3 or 4 levels, and they would stop right at the last one, and then it would move up in the other direction. And this has been the point that has stopped Paradigm cold in their tracks from being profit machines that they were in week 1. It's continuing to plague them. So they've really got to take a step back and say, guys, we've got to look for these greedier entries and stop going for levels that have 3 and 4 levels underneath it.
Yeah. I mean, I would have to say, like, every time that I'm taking a level, there's always something inside of me that's like, am I too greedy? I really don't want to miss the move. But like, that's the thing, right? If you're missing the move, it's all good. There's always something else that's going to come around. But
Yep.
yeah, it's really hard. It's tough beast to tame. Honestly, it's really tough to tame. And it's just, we're talking about it right now, and obviously, you have a lot of years of experience, Cotton, and you've been in the industry for years and years and years.
Yep.
And for those of you who are listening right now or watching, it's easy for me to point that out and be like, hey, you got to be greedier. But when you're in that moment, especially right now in a tournament, you don't want to miss the move. And then that's the reason that some teams won't, or some traders won't be as greedy as they would need to be. And then all of a sudden you're getting stopped out. And yeah, it's just too bad for Enigma. I hate
Enigma
seeing
and
this.
Arcane, yeah, because they were both
Arcane
in
as
big
well.
profits today, forfeiting a lot of those profits. I
Yeah.
think that resets Enigma back to 0, and for Paradigm, like, they use big leverage, so that as well might take 6 out of that $900 of profit, maybe 600, maybe, or hopefully less. Hopefully they stopped out less. But the thing is, it's not even that they're not seeing the levels. They have the levels marked, because we're seeing the levels get hit on their screen, and they are saying, well, that's it, that hit that lower level. So they've just got to simply make that adjustment to go a little deeper in the move every time, and they'll be perfectly fine. An easy adjustment, but not always easy to make.
Easier said than done. Definitely. It's a conversation that we've been having over and over in our team, and it's a conversation I've been having over and over with myself.
Yep, absolutely.
It is hard. Really is hard. But I guess you have to put your hand on the stove a few times before you finally understand that you have to stop doing it.
Yep. And this move hasn't developed yet, so it's not a complete loss for them. But I mean, yeah, they definitely could have been in a much better position. Phoenix has nailed the trade. They are in it perfectly. Hopefully this moves up for them and breaks the move in the way that they want. If it starts breaking up, this is going to be a nice sizable trade. You got a 2% trade on the books. So if they've used a good amount of leverage, I don't know what they've used. You're even actually close to 3% on this trade, how deep this thing went. So
yep.
This could be the trade that takes them from 0 to 1st, right?
Yeah,
or from 5th to 1st if they've put enough leverage on it, because they've caught the knife, and now if it develops up to the upper range, you've got a $5,000 lockup easily.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's just a matter of managing the trade. That's another hard part. I mean, getting to a trade, it looks like getting into a trade is hard, because you don't see a lot of trades during the day. Well, I mean, like today we've seen quite a few actually, compared to yesterday and the days before. But I mean, so getting there is definitely hard. But managing the trades, deciding when you're exiting or not, that's the tough part. That really is the tough part. Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, there's a mental game, and when you're not used to seeing these huge profits, or when you're taking 1 or 2 trades per day, it's just like, wow, you get really excited, but you have to keep your head calm, and you have to manage that trade as it's going, develop your shields. And I'm kind of wondering how Phoenix is doing right now.
Yeah, and before we tune into Phoenix, I'm gonna say one thing that I told TA Mafia last night when I was talking to them. I told them, you're never gonna, you're always gonna miss the money that you lose in a trade. You're never going to miss the missed trade.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah. I love you saying that. I heard you saying it. I think it was earlier in or maybe it was yesterday.
I might have said that yesterday too. Yeah.
Yeah. I just like that. But again, FOMO, fear of missing out. It's crazy. It's really crazy. It's just something. It's something real. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't like seeing teams, failing, or I don't like seeing teams getting stop loss. But seeing the other teams, seeing the other traders making mistakes that I also make as a trader and that our team also makes is kind of reassuring. Of course, I want to see everybody successful, but now I have a better view of what's happening. I have like a more global view of the other teams, and like everybody is struggling with the same things. We're all pretty much at the same place, and then it's all the same things. And the mental aspect of trading is really important. It really is. It's crazy how sharp and how accurate you have to be mentally to be successful.
Well, with that said, let's go listen to Team Phoenix and see how they're doing with their trade. Let's hear them manage it and see how they
That
actually
inverse wick is so
take care of
nice,
this thing.
so we need to try and create a 1 minute trend.
Definitely do. It's like fighting with this additional 5 right here. Jeez.
Battling 5 minute shield.
So the next kind of untested one is 21101. Let's see what other higher time frames. I mean, really nothing on the 5 until
Nice.
back
Sacred.
up. There's no.
Well,
yeah.
in 1 minute it does.
We're also against the 15-minute inverse.
Yep, I just
noticed
saw that.
This would be a nice 1 minute.
Now they
shield
don't
gain.
want to use too aggressive of a trend here
so
on
what
this
do we
trade. I
think
do
about
see them
triggers
starting to
now?
add those interior trends.
Now
They
we
want to
have
be a
1
little
minute
careful with
uptrend,
that.
Almost.
They want to look at more
Trigger on
what's
the,
breaking on the top to justify if this
1
thing should
minute
stay
trend if
or
it,
leave.
Closes.
If it confirms it. It hasn't been confirmed.
Yeah.
But also we have used lower leverage here, so we're kind of forgetting that we were thinking about taking this trade longer. It's just the reaction, I guess. When you have such a fast reaction like this, you're wary that it can come down.
It would be nice
pretty
if this
quick
hit
too.
1 minute backside. Because if this hard closes as 1 minute trend, I don't think we should trigger it unless it goes below like some sort of backside, like the 1 minute.
I think it's going to take time for it to materialize if we really want to gain as much as we can from this one.
Yeah.
I would agree with Rob
So
on
if you
that,
look on the
Sugar.
15 also,
They
this
need to
15-minute candle
they
that
need to let
closes
this thing
in
mature a
3
little bit.
minutes will create a more local like
Definitely.
15-minute uptrend.
We're lingering on that hourly trend, so just kind of wondering if we'll be able to pass it. But
Yeah. You know, when you catch a knife this big, you almost just
And then
kind of
we
want to
also
see where it
have
can go and what
2.5
rejects it
minutes
before you
left on
make your
a 5
decision.
to open above, so we'd gain a
You
5
want to
shield,
start
but
putting
we're
out some
also,
bigger targets, some
kinda coming
backside
up on
valleys that you can
15 as
gain over
well.
top of that could support it. You want to see what
As
it
long as we gain the
targets
5, I
in
think we're
order to
good.
make that decision of where
I'm
it
not
can
even
go.
about that.
Not so much about, well, we're up so much percentage. That's good too. You can set a static rule like that, but you know they have a really sharp trend here, and it's destined to break.
Take profits on the origin, yeah.
Cool.
Looks like they are going for that
There is a
3%
15
move in
range
this.
shot though,
which would bring them all the way up to that 3-minute level
wait
on
and
top,
see a
right?
reaction off
Yep.
that and see what happens.
Exactly.
If it starts to develop inverse levels off of that. So we're okay kind of letting this hard close the trend, the 1 minute.
Yeah.
Or do we want to trigger out on the 1 minute?
Depends if we want to let this mature or not. Because if we trigger out,
It looks like
we'll
we're
do it,
still
yeah.
rejecting that
I think
hourly
we give
trend.
ourselves like a certain amount of time to
for the
gain
moment.
this 15-minute shield.
Where would you
did say,
what would be the first sign for you to exit?
Maybe if we don't gain the 5 minute
currently
shield
right
and
now.
just hard closes the trend.
So the first sign I would look at here,
Yeah, I did
Sugar,
say a
is I
couple
would start
minutes
going
back
higher
if we
time
don't get the
frame
5
and
minute
see
on
what the
this
targets would be.
candle, I was thinking.
Like I would look for bodies of candles and higher time
So
frame.
we have
Start
1
with your
minute until
15 or
we
your
gain-
5.
Gain the 5-minute shield.
You know, you are still under that
kind of
level there. I
fighting
think
right now
you
to
at
maintain
least
this.
in this trade need to kind of go and test
And
that
really this 1 minute hold is-
21.067, which is the body of that 15-minute candle. I think
In
you've
our
got to go
corner
there to
right
see if
now.
you can break over it. That's your first step. If you can't
It'd be
break over
beautiful
it,
best
the
case
last thing you
scenario
want
to
to
gain
do
the
is
5
create
right now and
inverse
then
levels. So
set
yeah, I
up
would
to
kind
get
of take a
3-minute
1, 2, 3 approach
Yeah,
there.
so if we don't
Hit
gain the
that
5,
level.
do you want to trigger
Wait
on
till
one,
it
like,
pulls back.
if
If
we
you
fail
start
to gain
creating
the 5?
5-minute inverse levels,
I think if
you
we
probably
fail to
get
gain the
out.
5,
Like yeah, simple
you
1,
can
2,
either
3
trigger
kind
out
of
at
strategy
that
there.
point, or you trigger out on the.
But I would at least let
hard
it get
close
to this 21.067
It's tough, though, because
level,
we
and
have the 15-minute uptrend in 20 seconds.
see if it goes above that.
We'll let this mature.
That's the first step I do.
I agree.
21.067, and there it just touched it right now,
hopefully. Look,
and it's just breaking up over it by the looks of it. So there's no reason to get out of the trade. There's nothing to. There could be a
Well,
profit take
15
spot
shields.
here, but
the 15 too.
you know you could still break over this
same,
level.
Same time.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Well, now that we've
So this could pull back
regained
to
that
the trend now.
hourly trend, I would have
What,
a
the
tendency
15
to.
trend?
No,
let it
because you
play
know what?
out.
It was here's a perfect situation, Sugar. Look at, you know how we always talk about the ends of times, and it's so important to keep an eye on how much time is left in a candle. we just in that final moment of that
Yeah, I
that
think
1
now
minute
you can
candle
kinda
that broke
let this
over it
run,
actually
stop
set up
loss
the
and
next
break
15 minute
even.
candle, and you
Or
broke over
like
the 15 minute
some
level.
profits down
So
there,
so now
exactly.
you're above that
I'm gonna move
15
the
minute
stop
level,
loss
and it
up a
has
little
just
bit, maybe.
back tested it. So that is so important to be aware of these things that happen with timing. You're
say
above
if we
that
do
15 minute
trigger
level,
at
you've
this 1 minute
created it.
trend, we could
Just
rebuy
don't start
or
creating
relong at 3
inverses
minutes.
that
Yeah,
make you
yeah, for
lose that
sure, for
level.
sure.
Like right now, you're in kind of a clutch moment in this 1 minute candle. Like
If,
this
like,
thing looks like it's
3 body or
about to
something.
boost up if it holds.
Mm-hmm.
But
Even
you
the
you
one.
definitely don't want to start
Because
developing
we're at
inverse
the
levels and start
15 minute
closing
inverse
under them
body
right
now,
now,
so this is
because
kind
it
of
is
like,
still
if we
trying to
break
hold
above
above this
we could
15
go
minute
down
level.
quite a lot.
But it has set itself
Yeah.
up, that's for sure. Like it's like I said, it's about to boost up.
Yeah, we still or think Origin is the good exit.
I think so.
Now
I mean,
with
you got
that
the
15 minute, you look at where the
trend,
hourly
range
could be,
trend.
and they're right at the
I mean, I
hourly here
guess
right now
you
at
guys have
21,131. So that's a big
Could
target.
this break this
It
5 minute
just
trend?
hit it
I
right
mean,
now,
Origin.
almost to the dollar. Yep. That would have been your first exit profit spot, that hourly level. But again, you could just kind of move up and over it. You've only got another 40
I mean, I'll be happy to take
seconds
a
on this
profit
1 minute
there as
candle.
profit guy, to be honest. I don't,
That would have been your
I
first
mean,
big
in 28
profit take
minutes,
there.
we could be opening
This
up
will
as
give
a
you
1
your
hour
next
trend.
re-entry if it doesn't break over.
I have not got that.
That
much
would have been
luck,
the first big
too much
profit
chance.
take. Would have been
That's
1.55%
very
at
true.
21,
It would be
127.
nice to lock in some profits here.
Now you just don't want to create
Definitely would,
inverse
yeah.
levels. So as
mean,
long as
because
you
this is
don't create an
probably
inverse
not
level,
the
you can
15
stay in the
minute
trade.
No, you just
But
hit a
you're
5 minute.
way below it now. Like you're sinking fast, right?
Hit the 5, didn't hit 3.
It's like a
It's not
5,
great
3,
one.
and 1 minute
Oh wow,
front
this
side.
is
Trend as well.
this is buttering down.
So what do
I
you
think
hard
I
close
might
of this 1 minute
consider
trend,
if this
or
doesn't hold this hold level
what
like
are we allowing
exit here.
ourselves here?
Yeah,
No.
we just got back underneath that hourly
So
trend.
now it's gonna.
Yeah. The 1 hour was definitely
this is
like their
4
heads up,
minutes,
take
what's
profit
the
spot
3
when
minute
it
looking
starts
like? A
moving
40
that
seconds
fast.
straight 3 minute
But the move can hold now. They're already in it. It's time to hold the trade.
They do.
And a 5 in a couple of minutes.
So there's the one. This yeah.
Kind of retesting that
And
5
this is
minute
where it
shield
becomes
right now.
tough. This is where it really becomes tough because you want to hold, but
This
then
isn't
you're
gonna
kind of
hard close
wondering,
the bottom
are
of the
we
trend,
holding
that's the
something that's
difficult
just going
part.
to die in our hands?
But by the time it does, it's going to be
That's-
back
that's-
down at those
that's the
entries
tough
that
part
we're
right
talking
there.
about, maybe
No,
retake
that's
like a
where
3 minute down
that's
there.
where we have
So are we in
struggled in the
hole?
past.
Yeah,
A
but at this
lot.
point
I
you
mean,
stay. At this point you stay in the trade. It's
developed
already
five
pulled off that
what's
hourly
shield,
level. You
so-
missed your target.
Like is
We've
the
been
profit
developing
worth
shields, okay.
You've got a trend you're making on the 1
5,
minute.
and-
You leave it.
and
You leave
we
it be at that.
Opened above
And
the
15.
15, so we need to get back above that at some point. But yeah, like what's
But we
our what's our
There's no-
sacrifice profits to like want to stay in this move longer kind of ratio?
I mean,
Yeah.
we're going to see if we can hold this 5 minute hold as well.
You've just got 1 minute to 1 minute trend here that
I'm just
needs
not
to
sure there's
hold.
any point kind of
It's
being
testing
like,
it right now in our
like,
moment right now.
nothing
Blue to blue
wrong ever
candle.
locking in profits,
No.
but kind of jumping out of it just because it's having a pullback. When we've been able to
gotta-
successfully develop shields,
Yep. Yeah, I mean you have to trust your shields, and now we have that 15-minute trend as well. So
Quickly swap over to my chart here so
test
people can
that.
see what I'm
Looks like
talking
we
about.
wanna lock
Here's your
in
hourly level.
something. See if we can skin another 1 minute here.
Which
creating a
is-
five
By the
minute
way,
trend in 1 minute.
before I let you continue, I just want to
See if
say
we
that I
can
love how
shield.
composed Phoenix were.
Interesting.
Really
Got
calm.
3.
I
Let's
heard
get
him
3 as
laugh a
well.
little bit, so
Almost.
I enjoy that. I think that's what you have to do, right? You have to stay
Absolutely.
calm and just to be. You have to be as emotionless as possible. I mean, easier said than done, but I really love the way that they were handling that trade right now.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
See when I'm getting this 3 minute shield. As
Where's
well.
that hourly? This is that
Because I mean, if this goes
hourly level right
this
here.
would be
When
a
you have
nice
to
5
stop
minute
out
trend
right there.
plus a 5
That's
minute shield
that
gain as well.
that first target spot. Right, that's that one right there that you hit that hourly level that you could be gaining. You have the 15 minute here, and then that becomes your hourly right there.
Yeah.
Now they're just
We did a
simply you
good
hold
job
this trend and you
staying
move up
level-headed
and
as
you're
that
in a good
pulled
spot.
back, and I think if we pull back again, we stay level-headed. Are we okay?
Let's go watch Team Phoenix.
You know, getting, yeah.
I think, yeah, the most important thing for me now is like I just don't want to, just like not losing money on the trade.
Yeah. Do I take the stop loss to above that 1 minute at the bottom, so at least there's some profits?
I mean that's tough because you could say that could still ladder the move, but like if it goes back down that far, what's the likelihood that that's going to continue to lather if we, you know, get rejected off of like say the 15
Now it looks like you're creating a downtrend potentially on the 1 minute.
Yeah.
You hit that 1 minute inverse over here.
Do we have the 5 minute yet? Not yet.
Trying to create the 3 minute uptrend in 20 seconds or so. Pretty steep.
Yeah, that is true.
She's a steepen.
See, this gains this 1 minute inverse with the 1 minute downtrend.
Inverse here. I think you move the stop loss at least to below that 1 minute at the bottom. At that point, if it doesn't bounce off that 1 minute,
I love the way
you're
right,
locked in.
Sugar. I love the way they're managing this. I love their optimistic approach. I love how they're not making any rash decisions. They're asking questions, open comms. Jude, as a team captain, is saying, "What should we do? Should we set the stop loss here?" He's
So
not
we're
just kind
now
of
below the
doing what he
bubble to
wants and
gain
then asking his
15
team
holds.
after. He's staying calm. He's
kind of relying
communicating
on
with his
this 1
team.
minute
They're doing really great in
hold
this
here.
trade.
Yep, they're composed, and it's amazing. It's
Two
just
holds
great to see
up.
that. And then
you guys
the
need to
last thing you
tell
want
me
to do
if
is
it's
panic,
until
while
about
you're in a
5 minute
trade. And I
trend.
just love
And
seeing
the 5
them
minute
really
extra
composed
shield.
right now. It's great to see that.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Great leadership by him, and hopefully this trade continues to move up for them. Break this move up and take it to their target, and they lock up close to 3%.
Being held down by this 1 minute inverse that we have.
Yeah,
They
we're
are
getting
on
that 1 minute
25x
forward
right now.
so.
Yep.
Would have loved to see more leverage on this trade,
getting
50x or
above
100. 100s,
7
you know,
minutes,
obviously you got to
8
catch the right
minutes,
part of the
so we
move, but
gain the
you'd
15
love to see maybe
shield.
50 on this at this point. But regardless,
That's
great
nice
trade so
level,
far.
'cause it would be
Lots of
not nice
profits
if
for
this
them.
level's down.
It's an okay 5 to try and gain that.
Yeah, 5 minute shield plus 5 minute trend in 2 minutes.
Yep.
This is starting to break up for them. They're about to hit that hourly level again.
So we do.
And I understand,
say
they
we
could have
do
used
get the rest of the move
100x,
up,
but I like
back
the
to
fact that
origin.
they've used the lower
We are
leverage.
kind of happy
It
taking.
gave them way more wiggle room to get into that trade. They had the perfect spot. So yes, 100x would have been great, but they had way more wiggle room that way. Less stress. Yes, less money coming in, but at the same time, less stress for getting into that trade. And it's just, they were in a bad beat, and who knows, maybe this is going to get them into a roll, and then they'll be able to maximize their leverage. But great trade from Team Phoenix. It's amazing.
Absolutely. And I think this is another part of it, what you said there. Breaking them out of that funk is important right now because they did just come off a bad day. So locking up the first trade of the day as profits is really going to reset that mind. And it's really going to allow them to just feel good and trade healthily. And, sometimes it just takes that little push and that little bit of motivation to start taking lots of trades all day long. And, they've been patient. They came off a bad day. Obviously, they had a talk between their team. They said, guys, look, we had a tough day yesterday. What do we have to do today? And this is kind of the vibe I got. And I hadn't spent any time with them, but just I know Team Phoenix very well. I know they're very responsible, and I know they don't like to take losses. And when they do, they really get together as a group. They very much, some teams will have a bad day and say, I need a break. Let me walk away. Team Phoenix will say, okay, let's all sit down and figure this thing out together. So this is one of the things that makes Team Phoenix a little different, is that they really use that teamwork as four is one in their case. Four traders is one, and they don't walk away from bad days. They tackle it head on and they say, okay, we've had a tough day. How do we overcome this? So it's definitely one of their strengths, is their, like, how much of a unity they are and how much of a tight-knit group they are.
Yeah, I like it. I love how composed they are. I mean, for those of you who are watching, maybe this seems like, whatever, but it's just it takes a lot of mental energy and composure to just, stay calm and let it play it out. It's good for them.
It's easy to walk away from a tough day and say, I need a break. And then to kind of just come back the next day and say, yesterday was rough. Let's have a better day. The tough thing to do is say, wow, that was a shitty day. Guys, let's sit down and figure this out. Because you've had a bad day already. You're not in a good headspace. And then you sit down together as a group already in a bad space and revisit the terrible day you happened, right? It's like going back to a car crash scene after you've been in an accident. It's like you don't want to go there, but they do, and that's always been one of their strengths is their teamwork, right? They're just all one, completely unified in their trades.
I'm happy that I can see that, that I can see that in the making. It's just it's really nice to
have a woman like this,
because I only had
very
one perspective,
sneaky little
it was
woman
the
at range
perspective
getting
of
this on
Enigma,
top
but now being able to see all of that live, it's great. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good to see that. I'm
Quite
happy
different
for
when
Phoenix.
it's quite different when you're co-hosting, right? Because you do get to see those intricacies. Like it's pretty
in
interesting.
this instance, I say I would be like, okay, we can, we'd be happy locking in like from our entry, like 1.5% or 1.75% or something like that.
This is
starting to
getting
break up,
close,
and then say,
starting to
okay,
break up,
we
and this is
wanna
where
kinda
we're getting
allow it
close to where I would probably exit the trade.
I don't think I'd exit yet. With gaining this hourly like this, I think I would let it go up to a higher target, like maybe 21 to. I gotta look on my charts for targets here.
I had 21,267, and that's
The problem is you've already broken the hourly level. You've already back tested the 15. There's nothing that really stops you here. There's a 5-minute that they just hit. If you were to take an exit, it would have just been on the current 5-minute body at 21,150. That would have been it. Other than that, if we break over this move, then you're going up to that origin level up top. So you would have either taken 21,150 or you're in it now for the long haul. So you're either taking that level or you're in it. There's kind of no in between here. So you either have taken that or, like I said, yeah, you're in it.
Re-entry, if we want to take profits at the trend, we make 400, we get back in on it, or we just kind of like,
So the great thing is they have a trend on their screen.
We're forfeiting profit.
They have hit the 5-minute level. If you start hard closing over this trend and that 5-minute level is already tested, you are going to see that bigger pulse up here. So this is a good thing that you've tested this 5-minute level, but you have to now break the trend. So they're kind of walking through the trade right now, like they're hitting target to target to target, and it's still moving up. So now that has to break their local trend that they have on their screen. And yeah, it's as simple as that. If it breaks their local trend, it is going to that bigger target that they're looking for. But it has pulled back off that 5-minute. Now you're stuck between two trends right now. So you're either going up over this trend and breaking up to the bigger targets, or you're gonna lose the local part of the move, and the 5-minute was it. So yeah, there's no turning back at this point. You stay in the trade, I think, unless you break a trend on the bottom side and you get out that way. But you've already gone through the motion of hitting all the targets without taking the profits. So they are hitting and holding their current trend right now.
It was tested. Yeah, I'd say that
nothing.
The body's kind of holding bottom of that 5 right now.
What could we pull him back to?
At the 3.
This can still pull back and ladder off that 1 minute shield.
That 5 is tested. Our first 5-minute shield's tested, so we ideally do not want to come down and start testing that again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tested if this goes to distribution now.
So I do like how they're using a 5-minute level here to dictate their trade.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
And also,
you're about to gain another 5-minute level in 1 minute if you keep moving up.
You take the profits on the origin, or you like keep your stop loss where it is, like at minimal, kind of take profits at the bottom and then try and let it materialize in here. But if you move your stop loss up to kind of the halfway through the range, like the likelihood of you getting stopped out, and you could have locked in much better profits, is probably not even like worth.
Yeah, but I guess
here we go, starting to break that trend, sugar.
You're trying to give the trade the chance to break through the origins.
So they're starting to talk about letting it develop even higher over this move, breaking the range and moving back up.
While also like ensuring profit. But I mean, like honestly, right here, I would be more than happy to take profits like at the origin. I mean, profit at the end of the day. Like
in 15 minutes, this could be closing outside of that hourly downtrend. And then you kind of
so my initial target for that trade would have been 21,267, but now that it's developing like that, I think that I would let it play out too.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing really left to stop you. Like you've hit your 5-minute level, you're breaking all levels. You're developing on the bottom and you're testing on the top. So you keep gaining levels on the bottom and you keep testing levels on the top. So every time you have one of these push-ups and pullbacks, you're testing a level, and every time you keep closing higher and higher, you're just creating more and more support on the bottom. So unless you have like as kind of a last minute rejection here, I don't really see this thing coming back down that fast. Like at this point, I think it just continues to move up. And in a worst case scenario, they lock up 130% on this with that 5-minute level that they have. So they have a 5-minute level there around 130%. So if they lose that, that's their worst case scenario.
Which is a great scenario.
Yeah, they're in an absolute fantastic trade.
Yeah, I've got it on. I got the order on. It would be very nice. It'd lock up like $450 on a 25x trade. Is pretty good.
I
was
don't know.
about to say, how would it do if we took profit now?
I think we wait for the origin if we're going to wait for something, as we kind of talked about.
No, I mean, if we take profits, we're going to feel very good, I assume.
Right, yeah.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I think this is going to break out.
Doing a happy dance.
So it has hit their trend here. So you either take profits there and you see the pullback, or you hit the origin.
I like both sides. Like I like taking profits, and I also like this trade will be very good for the morale. Just being honest.
But you know, Sugar, they're talking about starting to leave the trade early, but they're not setting anything on the book. So if they flash close this, it's like, why? You can't flash close this. You've got to let that limit order fill.
Let things materialize, but if it makes the team and the morale of the team up, I should take profits.
Like if they're taking this stance right now of higher morale, they should have.
Range trend that I've been talking about.
They should have taken that limit order there.
I mean, you have time. You do have time in front of them, you know, to figure it out and to put a limit order. So
you've got all the time in the world to do this stuff, to talk about it before the trade, to put out all these scenarios. Doing it in the moment like this is just going to force them into an emotional decision. So I think we might see them sacrifice some profits here and not stay kind of eyes on the prize. But let's listen in and see how they deal with it.
We'll be inclined to like kind of lock in profits if this starts to develop inverses here.
Okay. I mean, in 2 minutes, this could come down and test our 5-minute hold, which would also show it's laddering up still. Still got the 3-minute shield that we'll have. I don't think we'll get out and trigger out of something.
We want it to break above these previous ladder points, you know, for it to go much further. But if it's rejecting here off this 15 range trend, it's still laddering down.
So what would your strategy be on this trade right now, Sugar? What would you do?
I'll be inclined to.
Well, I mean,
so you got 1 minute
that's
inverse,
exactly what I was thinking about. Right now,
yeah, almost.
They've hit
in that instance, like
I think it's a 5-minute downtrend that they arrayed. Is it a 5-minute downtrend? But so they have a downtrend right there that they arrayed, and that's what I was thinking. It must be frustrating for them because that seemed to be like a clear target.
Yep.
So that would have been my target. If they thought that it was going to reverse there, then that would have been my target. As of now, I think that I will let it play out just a tiny little bit. I would use my shields. And yeah, I would probably move up my stop loss right now. I don't know if they've done it, but that's probably what I would be doing. I would just like move up that stop loss, and yeah, I that's pretty much what I would do. I mean, I would stay in that trade right now because it doesn't look like it's losing strength.
Yep. So here's how I play this, Sugar. Because we did go over top of trend and test that origin, I wouldn't put my limit order there. I would actually put it on the larger trend above it, but I would front run that larger trend. And if that origin pulled us back, I would flash close it because the flash close is still going to take more profits than if they limit ordered on the current trend. So if you're going to limit order out on the current trend and you've already broken over the current trend once to test that origin, why stop at that origin? Why not just go for the higher trend they have on the bigger time frame? Put a limit order right in front of that higher trend, and if that origin does reject it once again for a second time, which I think is less likely as time goes on, then you can flash close it still above, considering with fees, still above the current limit order. That's how I would play this. I wouldn't set a limit order on that origin. I'd go one level higher, get even greedier, and then limit order if it stops us, because you would still be locking up more profits. Even with that flash close, you would still be locking up more profits by doing it that way than kind of setting a limit order right now, where you've already tested this trend multiple times. And if you've missed your first exit on this current trend, why exit now when it's riding it so closely and it's just about to break it? So I would kind of play a combination strategy here.
Yeah, but
You see what I
you know
mean?
what? I see what you mean. That trend is holding them down more and more.
The current trend that we're seeing
Yeah, the
them.
current trend.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So now I'm kind of wondering, because as you were talking, I'm also charting at the same time, and I'm looking what I would be doing. I think that I would stay there for now. And how far we're 10 minutes away from closing that hourly candle.
I would simply go for the higher level here.
Yeah, my first target was 21,267, and now that you're talking, because I have this 3-minute downtrend, all that is coming from all the way up from from where the move started earlier, actually last night, and everything kind of aligns with that origin level.
It does, but the problem is you've already broken over this trend once. And if this trend is accurate, now that's the next thing. Is their trend accurate? I haven't charted it myself, but if their current local trend is accurate, you would be saying, oh, we've broken trend to take the first target. Like, trend is going to launch you up to the next target. So why not just limit exit? Like, you're almost able to play both levels here in that way.
Yeah, it's just a matter, I guess, of seeing if you're going to hard close that trend or not, right? And like you said, is it a valid trend or not? That I'm not 100% sure.
Well, if they did want to take the trend, they should have already been out. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You never limit exit on this trend here. What you do is you market close if you lose the inverse level, or you try to slide the limit button down to get filled without fees.
Yeah. I think that, because I do like that 3-minute level on top. The only thing is that we did ladder down locally, like the current leg that we have did wick through that 15-minute leg, that previous 15-minute leg that got created. So it looks like we're laddering down more and more and more. So that's why that 21,267 target was my target, because it looks like, even though that move went up, it looks like generally we're still laddering down. So that 3-minute level at 21,373 was really appealing for me at first, but now I'm kind of like, I don't know. That's why I'm hesitating. That's why that origin level at 21,267 is appealing. But like you said, if you're closing that 5-minute downtrend they have,
yeah, why take the first level? Why not just market close it if it rejects, right? You'd still be above your trend, so you're playing both levels.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna see.
Right now, I would let it play out. I would probably, I would see how this trend is going to be closed or not, and then after that, I would take a decision.
Yep, absolutely.
It sure looks like it's valid, because we keep seeing rejection on it. So and we just closed one candle on the 1-minute level, on the 1-minute time frame, on accumulation over it. So we'll see.
Well, let's tune into them and see how they're managing this.
It's just bad practice, though. I mean, like, I understand, but like look at the last two. I guess you could say, like you said, the origin wasn't created until like the second test, but then after the 15 was created, almost like the next couple tests didn't really get much past that 15-minute origin.
I do want to clarify something, actually. Are we talking? I've got the order on the 5-minute origin from earlier, but I guess it. Obviously,
that would make sense.
But are you guys thinking the 15 or the 5?
The 5. Yeah. That's what I thought you were talking about.
I mean, the 15.
A little bit of a pullback here, but it hasn't broken its trend yet.
That's what I was thinking about, was 15.
Well, because 5 minutes away from that hourly candle to be closed.
Okay. Rejection off this.
Question: what happens if this creates a 5-minute inverse? Do we just close?
Yes. The rejection of this range trend. You've only got 1-minute inverses. I really don't want to start developing higher time frame inverses.
If we don't hold this 1-minute hold here, then it could come back down and test the 5. But yeah, I mean, nice the profits already.
God, I love the composure of Phoenix.
Does that actually change much? Because this could just come down and test the 5-minute wick.
Yeah, you got the 5-minute trend, remember, still.
Yeah,
so
how far into that is that?
We're gonna see here if this can bounce it, because that trend is breaking now. Their local 1-minute trend is breaking.
You could use that
if
as
this
trigger.
hard closes.
But then is it like
what, the 5-minute is trigger?
the trend, yeah.
Then you're waiting for a hard close under it, and then you could be in the shadow realm by then.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like it's wedging. So
I think it depends on this like 3-minute hold as well.
Yeah, hindsight probably should have just taken profit at the range trend. Happy with that because now we're
I think
just
I would consider
waiting on
exiting
the
that trade
retest of the
now.
5 to see if it can hold.
And it's like laddering down still.
Yep. I think too many 1 minutes under this 5 minute, and you got to figure out. It's almost premature, but like just locking in something.
How long have you got left on the 5? 3 minutes. Okay, that's okay. You got like, I really don't want to gain this 3-minute inverse.
I love how they're just letting it mature.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, they're doing a great job.
Just get out.
They've already missed their target anyway, so what's the harm in letting it go out? Forfeit a little bit of profits, wait for the bigger development here, see if it can break the move up.
Yeah.
If we can get this 1 minute shield.
So at this point, Sugar, you have to start thinking about this trade as they've sacrificed $100 already on this trade. So they were at 450. They're now at about $350 in profit. If they've sacrificed that $100 already, there would be no point to sit in this trade to wait to trigger out on that origin where they have their target set. So if you're sacrificing $100 to make $100, you're at a complete wash, and there's no point in taking the risk of seeing if it'll actually hit your target. At this point, now that the move has developed, you have to let it continue to go. You cannot exit this trade at this point because you've already missed that $100 lockup period, and by getting over to their original target, it's just another $100. So they're kind of at a spot where they're potentially sacrificing all profits, and this thing dumps down to take $100 more when they just sacrificed $100. So you can't at this point go for that origin. You either get out of the trade now on a little tiny limit pump here, or you go for a much higher target. You can't only sit in this thing for another $100. It wouldn't be ideal. Let's put it that way. It wouldn't be ideal.
Yeah, I understand your reasoning, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, if you've taken the risk here, if you've missed your target, yeah.
Wait.
Yep, if you've missed your target and you're taking that risk to say, hey, I'm gonna see how the pullback develops. If that pullback does develop, you have to start targeting higher parts of the move.
Yeah. I wanted to say, is the risk worth the reward? That's what I wanted to say. But yeah.
Yep.
I totally agree with you. And it looks like we're just beginning to ladder down. And on the 1 minute time frame, also on the 3 minute time frame. So I don't know.
At this point, if they're going to take an exit at that origin level, they might as well limit exit now, saying that, hey, we didn't break the trend. We need to lock up what we can before this thing breaks down too far. Let's just take a limit exit somewhere. Just like I first said, just on a little pump there, just like that little first pump that it had right before it happened. And I said, well, you've got to just lock it up here. If you're just going to take that origin, just lock it up now. You played the trend. The trend didn't hold, not yet anyways. Like it has held down, you know, in the very immediate time frame, it has held down. So if your objective was let's test trend, see if it breaks, okay, it hasn't broken, let's take a limit exit on one of these little pumps, or you let it break and you let it fly up. But playing anything in between here feels wrong.
Maybe I misheard them when they were talking, but I think that I've heard Phoenix saying that their limit would be to bounce back on that hourly trend.
Yeah,
and that would be like the last that triggering point for them to exit the trade. So maybe they're letting it playing out, but again, if you're exiting on that trend, on that hourly trend, and you're using it as a trigger, then you're also putting aside the fact that this could be a bounce for the move to go back up. So I'm kind of wondering why you would wait for the trend touch to exit. I don't know.
Well,
maybe
the thing is too right now, like by sitting in this trade, you are developing 3 minute and 5 minute trends and time frames. So you are going to have like a nice stabilized point to have that trade sit on. Like you do have a 3 minute trend now finally.
Yep.
So where are we at if we go back and retest the hourly?
quite far down. It's like the 3 minute or something.
Yeah, jeez.
New hourly candle outside of trend.
In the depths.
Hard closed above the hold.
Again, there's it's an okay 5 minute inverse. Remember, sorry, a 5 minute shield if you want to try and gain that.
Yeah.
Same as the 3. You got a good bit of room to create some shields here.
We gained 1.
Yeah.
Where could we deep dive the 5 minute origin to?
The 5 minute trend or that 3 minute hold, but I think if this goes above the origin, then this might just break out.
Because this is a very close call to testing the origin. I wonder if you come up to test it again, you are gonna break through it because it's a close test, and
like
now you've
of us trying to take a short, kind of.
Yeah.
So now you're basically just riding that 5 minute uptrend into the origin to.
Yeah, to try and get it. Because we also haven't even closed outside of that 5 minute uptrend on the 1 minute, so.
So have we developed like any other like sort of more local downtrends, maybe in like?
We'll just hard close the 1 minute that we'll have.
Yeah.
So.
just gonna be creating a 5, maybe in a few minutes.
Did you say there was a 15 that just hard closed as well?
I'll be using the 15 range trend.
Yeah, yeah. That's very true.
It's like did we have a 15 range trend on the bottom, or is there wasn't one?
It's just got a 15 trend.
Yeah.
Now, what do we think if we just start kind of working our way through this 5 minute uptrend?
Or developing inverses too. I mean, you'd want to be taking profits.
So, Cotton, I'm not aware of
still laddering
the
down
previous
and holding the
trade
15
that
range
we
trend.
had in the last. This is the 9th day of Chart Raider. So, I've only been here since yesterday as your co-host. So, is this the longest trade that you've seen a team take?
Nope.
Have we seen like longer trades than that one?
Yep, we've seen longer trades than this. Yep, we've definitely seen Arcane and Phoenix been in some longer term trades. Yep.
First time we've done that. It's not nice.
Yeah, this could definitely pull back to test like the hourly or the 15 minute hold.
If we were to re-enter that 3 minute at the bottom, it's pretty nice. So there's the 1 minute. I wonder if we just lock
then
in
why would
profits
it
and then
just
target that.
Might not be a bad idea. I mean, that
Just developed a 3 minute inverse. We're bouncing off the 15 minute range trend. Just kind of said what we would do. We might create a 5 minute inverse. I think if you create this 5 minute inverse, take profits. Got a minute left.
yeah, it's
I
tough
do like
'cause
that what
you
they're
can
saying
come all the
about
way
that
back
5 minute
down,
inverse. If
but
you
then,
do
like,
create
why
it,
not just
take
lock in
profits.
something here and then just re-enter at the bottom?
See what happens on this 5 minute.
Yeah, ways to come back down to
They
the
are
test.
in rate from the bottom of the trade. Chat asking where the entry on this trade was. Rate from the bottom. They are trading big leverage. It's not that big. It's only 25x, but it's still decent.
Thinking about locking in. What do you guys
Not a
think?
bad shout. You can.
They
we're bouncing on
They
that.
cannot flash close
we're
this. They
still in
need
this
to look
1
for a
minute
limit
hold.
exit. This would be a big mistake if they did this. They cannot pay extra fees on top
tell
of
me if that
losing money in
flash
this
goes.
trade.
It's just created a
Yeah.
1 minute origin.
And it looks like we're bouncing on that 3 minute
Like this?
internal
Have we just
uptrend.
or is there something
so
new that you
no
think?
reasons
We just
right now
created a
to
1 minute.
exit,
We just created a
on
1
my
minute
side.
origin on the bottom.
Yeah.
Anyway,
If they're gonna exit this trade, they
We did.
need
Nice
to
call.
take
Also
a
close.
limit
Yeah,
exit
you
on
should
one of
get
these
5.
bounces.
We did gain the 5 inverse though, so
So they have gained their 5 inverse, but if they want to exit this trade, they need to set a limit
Sure,
order so
exactly,
they're not
yep.
sacrificing a
Okay,
whole bunch of their
yeah.
profits.
Sure, I mean, we could definitely
And
hold this.
I'm wondering, Cotton. I was seeing
I'll
with
just wanna- okay.
an
There it is.
uptrend that they had
Just
a
set-
raid all the way
yeah,
from
I
the
set
bottom. I was kind of wondering,
This
you
could
know,
definitely-
if
I just
we would be using
did
that
say
trend
to
right now.
ourselves that
Okay. They flash closed it.
Nope, they did a limit exit.
They did?
They
Oh,
did a
okay,
limit
okay.
exit. Yep, they did get a limit exit, which is great.
Okay, perfect.
Yep, that was a
So-
limit exit. They put it on the books. They let the target get hit. Great job by
And
them in doing that. Yep, because you definitely don't want to sacrifice even more profits there.
Mm-hmm. And definitely, and guys, just so you know, I'm seeing the stream with a little bit of delay, so I'm not seeing everything that Cotton sees at the same time as he does. But I'm wondering, we're seeing that trend that is coming from all the way down. Would you have been using that trend as a referral point to exit or not your trade?
No, I think they did a great job exiting on this 5-minute inverse. Look, you've got 2 5-minute levels happening there. You've got 2 5-minute inverses. It is creating a 15-minute right now in about 8 minutes, which is going to be the next rejection point. Because don't forget, we have been being held down by a 15-minute trend. So if you do go over to your 15-minute time frame, you have hit a 15-minute trend, like literally on points. Here, I'll go over to my screen, show this here. You have hit a 15-minute trend rate, or sorry, not a trend, it's the 15-minute level right here that is pulling the move back, and you are developing one right here right now. So, you know, the problem is that this can pull back in a bigger way. Could the move hold up? Yes, but I think you're going to sacrifice most profits before you see that. So I think you're actually looking at a re-entry spot. So with this 15-minute here, with the creation of this 5-minute being created, not losing it, and this one as well, I think it's a safe exit. I think they're not wanting to forfeit profits, and yeah, this ultimately will act as a point that the trade tries to struggle to get over. So, which you should see right now, and well, maybe it moves up, but I don't know. I think I like their exit. I think it's kind of hit all their criteria. I think that there's no real reason to stay in the trade at that point. And they've made their profits. They took a full 1.5% on that. They used 25x leverage. They've made close to $400 on that. They locked it up. The highest they would have made on that was about 480. So they took at least 75% of the maximum profit. They got in right at the bottom. They set their criteria. They stuck to their game, and yeah, I think they did a great job.
I like this trade for Phoenix because they were trailing a little bit, and the fact that they're the only one that were able to catch it, the fact that they managed it for so well for, I don't know, like how long did that trade last? Maybe over 30 minutes or so. I mean, am I missing anything here? It was like 45 minutes. So yeah, good for them.
The only thing you could have done different on this trade is you do have a 5-minute trend here that's developed off the 3. So you do have a 3-minute trend here that's never hard closed, and it does develop a 5-minute trend. But you know, at that point, when you lose the 5-minute trend, you've sacrificed so much profits that there's got to be a line that you take there somewhere. Yeah, I think they did a good job in the trade. I think they locked up profits, and you know, any further, I think it's you know, I think they've created a strategy and they locked up profits. Like, I think they did a great job.
Yeah, no, definitely, and we'll see if they'll be able to build on that as well.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. And we're just gonna keep watching all teams here and see what all teams do, and look for the next trade. Chat noticing how they're talking to Future Sugar. Since you have a delay, they talk to Future Sugar, and then Sugar from the past talks to Cotton in the future, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's part of our fractal risky biscuits.
Yeah, absolutely.
So while we're waiting for the next move, Cotton, I just wanted to say hi to Alleged Moose 15, who is my friend Lay. He's the one who introduced me to your science, and I just wanted to shout out to him and say hi. I know that he's listening to us almost every day. So yeah, and I'm actually going to see him later on tonight. We have a little, I said tonight, but next week. we have a little gaming night every week, and yeah, we're supposed to. He missed out on the last 2 ones because he has some renovations at his place. So I hope this is going great for him. I hope that it's finally done, and then he can take his shower in peace.
Oh yeah. I know Allegedly, of course. Allegedly's a huge part of our community. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So he's the one who's introduced me to you actually. So I
cool.
just wanted to shout out to him.
Yeah, shout out to Allegedly. He's OG. He's been here for a long time.
Oh yeah. It's definitely. Just want to say how jealous I made him when I told him that it was part of the tournament.
Oh yeah.
It was like, dude, I can't believe I introduced you to Cotton, and then you watch all those videos, and then bang, you're part of the tournament. I was like, hey, it's all because of you.
Yep, absolutely. Advanced tiers do not reset on the first on Adventure. They the price they are now is the price they are going forward. Those old prices are gone and gone.
So of course, this is a classic. Phoenix exiting their trade, and then the move goes up.
Yeah, I don't think you can look at it like that though, because you did test your trend multiple times. If you're looking at the bigger picture here, like look, you've got a trend test. It's hit multiple times. It tried to break it. It didn't. It started creating inverse levels. Like there's not much more that it would have taken to break this move. Like you've kind of got to draw that line at some point, and I think they did a really good job of that. Yeah, you could go back at the move and you could create a 5-minute trend like we did in a 5-minute level, and they did play the trend break, and the trend didn't break, and it started to pull back and create the levels. You know what I mean? So I try not to look back at those trades like that. Like they set out a really good parameter, because you know what, 9 out of 10 times, or 8 out of 10 times, or 4 out of 5, whichever way you want to see it, the decision they made was they locked up profits before the dump. This is one of the times that you hit a trend. The trend didn't break, it pulled back. It did start creating inverse levels. Those inverse levels didn't hold because there was a larger time frame trend that was developed, and all of a sudden you're moving up. Like I don't think, because right now, imagine you're in the trade right now, you still didn't lock up profits. The trade's not there yet. You still didn't lock up profits. So if you were still in this trade, it's not like all of a sudden you see 2 big white candles and it's like, whoa,
No, exactly.
I made a big mistake, because you'd still be in the trade right now. It's not like you would have taken a limit exit here.
No, definitely. I'm not saying that they did make a mistake. It's just like I'm pointing out to the fact that this happens to me often. There's just
the classic move, yeah.
The classic. I do think that it was the right decision for them to exit there.
Me too.
And as you said, you can't look afterwards and like, of course, if we all knew what was going to happen afterwards, we would always be, in perfect trades all the time. But I think that the decision they made, the way they handled the trade, was just perfect. But I was just pointing out the fact that it happens to me so many times. It's just like, okay, I'm exiting now, or it's just, okay, I'm cutting my losses there, and then all of a sudden the move just goes the direction that it was supposed to go, and it's just like, all right, the gods of crypto are playing with my head today.
Yep. Absolutely, I feel your pain. Absolutely. Yeah, they've got to be proud of themselves on that trade. They did a great job. Here we see that pullback starting to happen again. Sugar, do you think if this does break this trend now, do you think it's at a point where you would just sit in the trade if you were still in it?
I think that I would probably exit at that 3-minute level, because if you're still in that trade, okay, let's say that they entered at 20,800, close to that, and you're going all the way up to that 3-minute level that could hold the move down, because when you're looking internally, it looks like we're laddering down. And I do think that the chart is saying that Bitcoin is still going to go down. So my exit would be that 3-minute level at the 21,373. So that would be my exit, and I would be more than happy with that exit. Right now, though, I have a 3-minute downtrend that I've been telling you about, and it looks like the move is held down by that. So
Yep.
that could have also been an exit for me. So yeah, I mean that 5-minute downtrend that the raid looks like it's holding, and so yeah, would I still be in that trade right now? It's a good question. I don't think so. I think I would have exited pretty much where it did. But if I were still in that trade right now because I didn't exit, I would let it play out. I would let it play out all the way to see if it can reach that 3-minute level.
Yeah, and I would be taking exit at 21,395. That's the level that I would go with. I think if the thing about this 21,395 is if it holds it down, it means the bottom of the move is breaking. So
yep.
I won't get into the why on that one, but 21,395, if you take that trade and it holds, it's a much bigger move down. That's why I like it. If you take 21,450, which is that higher trend that Enigma has, the move's not really necessarily breaking down. It's just going to the first hold level. So you kind of limit the amount of profits you're allowed to take on 21,450. Although it might feel like a better entry, it also means there's going to be a higher hold level. So
yeah,
21,395 for me represents the bottom of this range breaking. So then you're talking about a 3-4-5% trade, or maybe even like 10 or 15% down to that 18,515 level. So if 21,395 holds, I like the entry because of what the implied outcome is. If it versus 21,450 that Enigma is looking at, that's just more of like a scalp trade, a nice tall order, big leverage, 1% scalp kind of thing.
And we do have the same level, just that it would be exiting on the wick of that 3-minute level instead of that of that body, just being a little bit less greedy. But on my exit, I have a tendency to be a little bit less greedy on my exit and way more greedy on my entries.
Which is not always a bad thing. There's a lot of times you'll get the trade and I'll miss it because I'm too damn stubborn.
Well, I mean, stubborn, yes, but I guess that's what made your success, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the move wants to go and reach that 3-minute level.
Yeah, this trend is putting up a fight. This trend is sitting there and it just refuses to break. Like it is, it's the trend and it's the 15-minute level, right? Like it's both of them on top of each other. I wonder if we're going to see teams, what trades are going to be taking up top as we push up. We are going to see some new shorts opening up pretty soon here. Looks like Arcane has something on the book. TA Mafia must be considering an entry soon. If they don't have any entries on the books, they should definitely be in along. And there it goes. Right up 21,395. Are we going to hit it? There's a 21,395. It is hit. It is pulling back. There's that pullback off 21,395. Is any team in this trade? No, Enigma once again has shot too high on the trade. They went for the wrong level again. 21,395 pulling it back perfectly. Hopefully it fills Enigma on their trade. And this is what we were talking about. There goes trend. It hits trend. Enigma must be filled at this point. It did push that trend. Arcane is in a trade. Let's go over to Arcane, see where they're at. They are in a little bit of a bad position here. I think they did take that 21,395.
I don't like this.
I wanted to take, but okay.
So it did hit trend. It did hit the
Don't
level.
like
I
it.
would be a little worried about
Just chill.
this move breaking up. I would be very, very
want me to limit
wary.
out?
No, not
Put
yet.
I want you to put the wicket with the I want you to put the stop loss at where the wick is.
This thing could pull back. It did just reverse that 21,395 level. Tested it perfectly. Is pulling back. So it did go after both levels. We were both wrong, Sugar. Enigma was right. Let's hope they took this trade. Let's go quickly check on them.
We just took like $20. I don't like how high it tested in there.
Oh no, they exited the trade. Okay, they're out of it.
I'll tell you in a second once we're off stream.
Profits, take profits. Give me targets, guys.
One sec.
You hear Captain IHeave demanding targets from his team.
got
Give me
backside coming
targets.
up soon.
This thing has got to pull back in a big way.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
I can totally understand the frustration here.
You and I
I'm
were
not
both
sure.
wrong and actually went for the higher level.
21,269.
And I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, did they got stop loss, or they just simply?
No, they just took
adjusted the
profits.
order?
They didn't. Inuke didn't like how fast it went up, so he just got out of the trade. Basically, right on entry, $20 in profits.
sec.
You got to see this thing start pulling back pretty quickly here. It does have to develop under this 1 minute level currently, right where they have their long target. So they are saying they're going to test down and break back up. They've got to be careful here. This is a 90x trade for them.
How it develops a little bit.
I would.
This is a big trade. If this pulls back,
Where's the stop loss at the wick?
you are going to see some massive profits
The stop
for
losses
Arcane.
at the wick are.
Let's quickly check all
we're
the
at
other teams
260
here.
for the limit order.
Nothing for Mafia, nothing for Paradigm, just Arcane in this trade. I love it. They are pulling back. But they've got to develop this 1 minute level. If you don't develop this 1 minute level, you have to consider getting out.
I don't think we have the room to do
And
that.
you've got to be careful about developing the hold on the other side here.
What's the 1 minute look like?
I think
Kind of
we're
has
just
to reverse
looking
this
at-
1 minute here.
Yeah.
Needs to reverse it. Right, there's a hold level, hold level development.
We don't want to go above the 1 minute, right?
If this develops, Arcane really should
Just
pull
stop
that order
out.
back down. Because if it
Okay.
develops, it's trying to push the bigger move. It's starting to start develop 3 minute candles, 5 minute candles. I know they've got big leverage on this, but when a move develops like this, you definitely don't want to stop right below. Because if it starts failing, it's going to break that trend that held this move up. This has the chance to snap
We
that
might
entire
have
trend
to
that brought this
flash
move
codes
up.
on this one.
This blue trend I have on my screen, it has the chance to develop underneath the hold level, snap that trend, and rip this thing back down. But this has got to be deja vu for Arcane because they were up 400% in a trade yesterday, and this kind of same volatile motion happened, and they got stopped out after being up 400%.
There's this origin level here that it's coming up to now. Give me a minute.
The origin is 260.
Yeah, just a little bit
Do
above.
have a 1
Looks like
minute
they-
I
downtrend
don't think we
now.
need to close it.
Looks like they just want to take a scalp here. They are at 300. This is a 90x trade for them. This is that level that I was talking about that it kind of has to push below.
Ideally, we want this to close and we'll just play the shield.
It's rejecting back off the origin.
No, just relax. Don't worry about it.
I'm relaxed. We're good.
Let's give Arcane our love in the chat. Spam those Arcane emojis. Let's put on some big time jammers for them. Pump the music. Slam the emotes. Give Arcane everything you got.
Okay, we got the close. Do you agree we play the 1 minute shield now?
Yep.
Let's try and find some targets.
So are we going to see pullback here, or is this the start of the move up?
I think you've got a chance to break this whole move down, Sugar. I think they should start moving that stop down, that take profit down.
That's what we think.
Look at that huge 3 minute shield they're developing right now.
Sorry, what's the level? Two, one,
And Cotton, I had a 3 minute downtrend coming from all the way up, and it looks like it got respected. And now we're on the 3 minute time frame. Are we going to close underneath that trend? Not yet. We did try to close that trend. I don't know how relevant it is, but it looks like it's respecting that trend right now.
I'm not sure. I don't have it on my screen, so I
We're
couldn't
gonna be
comment on
getting
it.
below the 5
I'm
at
just
that
trying to
point.
keep
So I
track
think
on the
hourly-
local part of the move. So, yeah. You tell me, Sugar. What do you think? You're a damn good trader, my friend.
I mean,
The hourly wick is
1, 2, 3, 4 times.
try to get
We
lower
broke
down
right
here.
over it. We never hard closed it on accumulation on the 3 minute time frame. And yeah, now we're just going back underneath it. And now I'm kind of wondering, is this the sign that Bitcoin's just going to move down?
I think we're gonna hold something at this 5 minute hold level rejection.
That's what I'm wondering. So far we did an
Creation of
hard
5
close
and
it
the 15.
on accumulation, and we're underneath it right now. So Yeah.
Which one?
So what I love about this trade is that if you close
this
any
is 5 minute
levels, you close trends and
190
levels at the
here.
same time. So if you take a look at my screen real quick,
end up
if you
holding
do
that,
start to
but-
close underneath
Okay, do you wanna-
this
do you wanna
level right
go for
here,
that
if
and
you
then-
do close this, you lose trend
Maybe
and
look
you
for
lose a
re-entry.
level all at once. That's going to be a big push down, and it's going to fuel a
No,
lot
this
of other
looks good,
stuff.
man. I wouldn't
You're
hold
also
that.
going
I
to
wouldn't get
possibly
out
lose
of
the
it.
15 right
Maybe we can
beside it.
just
So
play the
you've got
shield
2
again.
levels
We're gonna gain a 3 minute
right
and
beside the trend. So there will be a
second as well,
huge fight
hopefully.
for this move right here, because if you start losing this move will crush down. So there's going to be a massive fight exactly right where it is right now. You're going to see a huge amount of volatility come through right here. And if we lose the move, oh boy, I think you could be getting just dunked on in this one if I'm being honest.
Yeah. And that 3-minute trend that that 3-minute downtrend I'm talking about since for the past 15-20 minutes, we're closing it on distribution. We ran right back underneath it. We're closing on distribution on 1 minute time frame. So everything's pointing out for a dump. But I mean, for a move down at least.
It's looking great. If this thing just keeps slipping a little bit more, it's like it's getting close, man.
So we got it,
We're
like a
close to a
new
5-minute level. We hit that trend perfectly. This is what we were
that
talking
lower
about.
one,
Hits that trend perfectly. If it starts losing
see
these
what
2
happens with
levels,
the
that's
3
game
first.
over, man. That's it. It's game over if it loses those 2. It has hit that 5. And that is going to be that first spot. This is what I was talking about how you're going to have a big fight here for this move. But if this trend can't hold it, kiss this sucker goodbye. Like, you're going right back down. But if this trend starts to hold it, maybe you start considering locking up profits. Let's see how they let's see how they manage the trade.
Yeah, I think we developed this shield on the bottom and we try to live it out.
I love how they're just playing the shield on the trade. They're just playing the shield, saying, hey, yeah, let's hit the shield, and we can never lose profits on this trade.
Yeah, I'm thinking so.
Just we still got the shields. We still got the shields.
I know, but
The 3-minute shield. Let that 3-minute shield. Let that back test off that 3-minute.
okay, I can't drag it. Oh, get out of here.
His team is telling them to let that 3-minute shield develop, let that hold the move. There's going to be a massive fight between the 5-minute trend here and that 3-minute shield. This is the moment. If the 3 holds it down, that means the 3 has crushed the 5. If the 5-minute continues to hold it up, it's going to do what it's supposed to and break through this 3, being that the 5-minute is simply bigger than the 3-minute here. So you've got 2 levels fighting against each other, and if the 3 holds, you've got to assume this 5 will get crushed down. So it's testing right now. This is the moment.
Right there.
It's having the pullback off the 3.
Right there. There you go. Right there.
It has also hit the 1 inside of the 3, very close to it. Hasn't yet. There we go. We've hit the 1 inside the 3.
I'm not gonna let it go above entry.
Okay, that's fine. We've still got the 1 minute shield.
It is still underneath that 3-minute level, so it is still okay.
Come on.
There's that 1-minute level. The 1 minute has been hit. The 3-minute has been hit. There's nothing left holding it. So if it starts to hard
Maybe
close
you
here,
wanna limit out
it's
at
going to get pretty nasty for
21.7.
Bitcoin. We are going to go for a bigger move up. 2 levels fighting against each other. Exactly how we called it. There's going to be a ton of volatility here right now. You don't want to get out of this too quick because there's still a 1-minute leg that it can hit and pull back off of. You almost want to go for 0 profits here and just say, screw it, hit the 1-minute leg and pull me back. Nothing has hard closed yet, so they don't want to make this mistake here.
7, 8. If it goes there.
It still has a 1-minute leg. It can hit
we
and
got
pull
a
back to
backside,
develop
yeah.
an origin.
Backside.
Just set your stop close to entry. There's that 1 minute. It does have a slight pullback. Moment of truth. Are they going to close it or do they stay?
There's a reverse up here, no. There's the 5-minute reverse it can still go for.
Let's turn the music down so we can listen to
5-minute
Team Arcane and how they're
reverse just
managing
above
this.
as well. Full 10.
They are so close to closing this trade. They've got a moment of truth. Like, this is it.
I'm
They've got
basically
to make
just
a
gonna
decision here.
flash close if I see it hit our entry again. I don't like the risk.
Yeah.
10 seconds and you
wanna
have a
limit at
3-minute trend
21,
on the
263?
top. That's
Take
great.
It's at the 1 minute backside right now.
5-minute trend as well, actually. Not bad. Open a new
Yes, that's-
15-minute
Go a
candle.
little deeper. Go to the
So you
front.
do have a
Still
5-minute
haven't
trend now
hard-closed the
created
shields.
on the
Our
top
1-minute
side.
shield still intact. 3-minute shield still intact.
Hard close the trend now. Now you've got an even
Even
better
on first
position.
1-minute shield still intact.
You are going to see him move down now a little bit.
Stop above that last peak there.
They've got to mark their trend on their screen. They have to be working with their trend here. And they've got to get that close off the books there, because if this thing flash dumps, they've got to get that close lowered right off the books. They've either got to flash close it on top or take that order off the bottom.
If this closes accumulation on the one, I don't mind it.
Okay.
Starting to break over the trend. Again, another moment of truth for them. Does this pull back? Does it break the trend?
Sorry, maybe it should have been the backside one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm out. I'm out. It's too risky.
And they got out of the trade. Good job. Good job, Arcane. They tried to let it develop.
That's the
It
reverse
hasn't
that's
hard
hitting
closed
right
the
now.
move yet, so it can still pull back, but I think they've eliminated all risk. They took the bigger trade, and great job. Great job.
Yeah,
Nice trade.
The move looks like it has a lot of straight right now, so it could pull back, definitely. And I mean, even if we're closing on accumulation right now, that 5-minute wouldn't be closed. I mean, it's not an official 5-minute downtrender yet, because we don't have a distribution candle, but
Yeah,
it would not have been, yeah, so... Yeah.
No, I think it's a great way to play this trade. If you take 100 trades like this and you get out with break even, or look, they've only lost $20 on this trade. They were in a 90x position. Don't forget that they were in a 90x position for a lot of money. If you take 100 trades like this, and even if only one of them work out, well, maybe let's not say one. Let's say 1 in every 10, which would mean you only have a 10% success ratio. If you're able to play 100x trades like this and get out at that point, regardless if it pulls back, it is never worth the risk to start trying to break a move up, because on one side of it, you've got liquidation. On the other side, you've just taken a free roll entry on a position. They've handled this trade masterfully. They let it develop. They communicated. They were a little emotional in the trade. They were getting a little fast about themselves and starting to say, let's close, let's get in, let's get out. No real kind of clear, perfect plan, but they've, like, in my opinion, they've managed this trade masterfully. I don't think they could have done anything different. They diminished all risk. They took a 90x trade. Imagine being able to take 90x trades with no risk all day long. Like, it's perfect, because on the moves that pull back and develop, then you have no worries.
In the moment, though, it's easier said than done. In the moment, you obviously you get really emotional, and But I mean, right now, would you have been waiting, that the next 2 minutes to see how that 5-minute candle would have closed?
Absolutely not. I think they've handled this perfectly, because you're risking a liquidation there. When you pull back to this move, and if you're looking at Arcane's screen right now, you see the ladder point got respected on the bottom side. You're just going to keep developing higher and higher in this move, and you're going to keep being put into this position. Right now, we have a trend. So you could say, I'm not getting out because of trend, and all of a sudden it could just snap up. They have taken a no risk spot, and they played the pullback, and the pullback didn't break the move or develop. We had our trend on screen. There's no other way they could have played this. Even if it moves down, you got to be proud of Arcane, because this was played masterfully. You cannot take that risk of losing money here just to hope and prayer and live on hopium to say, like, hey, look, we might be breaking up, right? Like, you've got to cut that somewhere, especially when you've opened that 90x trade, because diminishing those losses and exposing yourself to good trades while also having zero risk, that's how you play this game at the highest level.
And like you said, $20.
Who cares?
$20 it's nothing. It's nothing.
You know how fast this thing could snap up? Look what happened to Phoenix's trade. Remember when we were watching Phoenix trade and I said, at this point, you cannot take that origin level because it's going to snap right up. So if Phoenix was in this trade still, they set their sell order at 21,395 and they would have got out perfectly. It's the same thing on Team Phoenix's trade. There's a certain way to play these trades that just kind of make sense, right? Regardless of a pullback or regardless of, what may or may not happen with Team Phoenix, we saw their trade where they got out at a pretty smart spot. But if they had stayed in that trade to take the profit exit on that origin level they had, it would have been a huge mistake, as we're seeing now, because that's not going to hold the move down in this point. And just like Arcane here, by exiting this trade, they've kind of taken their shot and they've walked away. And now they can just simply say, yeah, it was a cool risk, but yeah, maybe just on to the next one, right?
Yeah, exactly. Move on to the next one and just take the next trade. Exactly.
Fantastic trade. Enigma was also in that. They got out of that trade. Yeah, fantastic all around. All teams just firing today perfectly. We started the day, Paradigm had a $900 profit on a trade. Enigma had a $200 profit. Enigma then lost a little bit of money on a trade, lost that 200. Paradigm forfeited a little bit of profits too, but Paradigm still in the positive. We haven't seen too much out of TA Mafia today. I don't think they've taken any trades yet, but they'll probably be getting into some. They just came off a huge day, 2,400 in profit yesterday. Team Arcane took a perfect shot. Teams are just firing today. Everybody's trading great. Team Phoenix locked up almost a $400 profit. So yeah, teams just firing today. Everybody doing great.
Yeah, definitely a lot of action, and it was good action actually. Like you said, like great trading. I love that trade from Paradigm. I'm just really happy for them. You know, they were trailing. I'm happy for everybody actually, but it was just like, especially for Team Paradigm, that was able to come back from behind. You know, always rooting for the underdog. You know, and the underdog, just by the fact that they were trailing in the score on the scoreboard and the leaderboard. So I'm really happy for them, and just a perfect way to approach that trade. Super calm, really composed. It was really inspiring.
And another thing you've got to do with this trade here, and you can't say that Arcane made a mistake by not taking profits on that pullback, because you've got to look at the risk of the trade. This is the final point before another large breakup in Bitcoin. So if you are going to take a risk on this trade, and this trade would kind of be the final level that would do it for Bitcoin. If you're going to take that trade, you've got to play the 4 or 5% pullback, because you are playing a level of like hyperpolarity right now. Like there's nothing left. So if you move above this 21,483 trend that Enigma had, if you move above that, you're going up in a major way, which means this is like the absolute polarity of the move. It makes it the most risky part of the trade to play. So if you have taken that trade and it does develop, you've got to play the bigger pullback. So for Arcane to have locked up profits there on such a small, like they were 90x, they had about $400 in profits at one point. For them to lock up $400 when this thing could have pulled back 5, 6, 7%, it would have been kind of silly to look back and say, wow, we just hit a super, like this moment of polarity that's really insane. We just hit this hyper polarized moment and we just took such a small profit. That's kind of silly, because they're taking such a big risk by even entering that trade. So you always have to look at the quality of position, not just the immediate numbers on the screen, but what can develop after due to how polarized the move is. So that's a really important thing that all these teams got to look at. If they're taking chances on big levels like this, they're taking 90x orders, they've got to reward themselves and lock up those profits as well. If you're taking that big risk, take it, but hold it and lock up those larger profits if you see that move pull back and develop.
And now on to the next move. I'm kind of curious to see if this where this is going to go, because we're still laddering down. We didn't break the legs. We didn't break the break levels in the range. So we are still laddering down.
Yep, still laddering down. 21,395 being that final hold level that we talked about. Hasn't hard closed yet. Still laddering down. Although this thing still looks like it's about to rip any second up. Catch up on chat here. A lot of Arcane spams. That was a really fun trade. I think when that thing pumped up so fast, everybody kind of like sat on their seat and was like, whoa, what's happening? Fast Phase says, thanks to you and your science, I've started becoming profitable. Only love to you. Thanks, man. With his action in the last hour, Cotton has found his voice back, says Shinny Kaka. Yeah, kind of. My voice is definitely struggling, but we're here. The replay is up, Dr. Nobody. If you want to watch the VOD, you can. Sugar, with that note on that move, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to recover my voice here a little bit. I definitely overdid it on that one. I am still sick. Apologies to our audience. I'm fighting a cold right now, but I definitely don't want to miss any days of Chart Raider, so I'm still here. But yeah, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break here, and if you feel like taking a break, you can too. We can just let the music play.
I'm actually gonna do the same thing, Cotton, and we'll regroup for the following of our presentation.
Okay, sounds good. Be back
See you
momentarily.
5.
looks like this move is pulling back a little bit.
It's another classic right now. Probably that's. I mean, it was the right decision to exit the trade, like you said.
I think
right?
so.
But
Yeah.
now afterwards, you're looking at it and you're just like, dude, are you serious? Are you serious? If we would have stayed, and again, it was the right decision, like you said. But it's just, yeah, that's the way it is. Sometimes so you have to accept that, and you know, you have to play it safe.
I think so. I think it's the right decision there. It just becomes too risky. You can always look back at a trade and say, you take 20 trades, and every trade you exit, you can go and look back at all the exited ones and see which ones went in the opposite direction. And you can always say like, oh, look at all these ones we missed. But you know, playing them safe is more important. You're never going to be upset by not being in a trade where it's cost you anything, right? But it's such a hard job to make the money back after it's gone.
So it looks like Enigma is targeting maybe a long here. I'm not sure. Not sure what they're looking at right now, but yeah, I'm curious to see what Enigma is going to do next, because they were also in a perfect position, right? I mean, they had the perfect entry.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they closed that trade, so it must be frustrating right now for my teammates. But you have to look at it that way. Like, I had a target, you had a target, and we were both wrong, and they had the perfect entry.
Yeah.
So now you have to build on that. Okay, so maybe they flash closed that trade, way too fast and yada yada yada. But it doesn't matter. Now you have to focus on the fact that you were seeing the trade right, and it's just like build on that and move to the next trade.
Yep, absolutely. Never trade with hopium, and look with nostalgia, right? Always just play it safe. Never leave home without your stop loss, right? Always got to play it safe.
What's in your wallet? My stop loss.
Yeah. Or if you're really looking for the right tool, you can get the Magnum SL stop loss. Right? The Magnum SL.
Yeah, that's actually a case where you don't want to get a stop loss. That's the last thing you want to be stop lost at.
Yeah, no kidding. TA Mafia's got their first trade on the books. They haven't taken it yet, but they did set along on this right under this range into the next part of the move. D Barnett showing her love for TA Mafia in the chat.
Dane Slayer, I love your poetry. I'm not gonna read that comment out loud, but yeah, good poetry there. I
something.
Appreciate it. And yes, Alan. Yes, emotions are the hardest thing to control in trading. But that's the thing, right? I mean, it's just that's everybody's struggling with that right now. All the teams are struggling with it, and I guess Cotton, you can speak with experience, but it gets easier as you get experience and you gain in confidence as well. So because most of the traders that are on the teams are newbies, right? Am I wrong? I mean, like, I know that JCap has been there.
Oh
for
no,
a while.
most of the traders are pretty seasoned. It's a pretty good blend. No, there's a lot of seasoned traders. Like, yeah, there's definitely a lot of seasoned traders here.
Yeah. So
It's just a really good mix. Yeah, it's just a really good mix.
Yeah. So for the newbies, you know, controlling your emotion is it's certainly a challenge, and but I like it though. Me personally, on a personal level, I like that challenge because it's making me grow into someone else right now. I am a really impulsive and impatient person, and obviously those are not the quality or the attributes that you want to have as a trader. But I enjoy the fact that it's bringing me into a path right now where I need to grow as a person to become a better trader, and that's a nice challenge. So, if any of you guys are, dealing with problems that are affecting you as traders, see them as challenges that will help you become a better person.
Yeah. Yep.
Another another message for our fortune cookies.
Yep. Feeling down? Donate to chart raiders. Kidding completely. Alan says I'm also impatient and impulsive. Yeah, and that's what you were referring to. Yep. Well, stick around, learn a few things. Obviously, we're able to commentate from a pretty neutral standpoint, which is so great, right? Like when you're not in these trades, you're able to kind of just dissect them perfectly, right? So it's great. It's great. We can really communicate for our audience, and yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So our stream is ending early today. Both Sugar and I do have to leave early. I'm going to take some much needed rest today because my throat has been killing me all week, and Sugar has to go as well. So we are going to be ending the stream here shortly in just a few moments. But it's been a great day. We're going to keep watching for a few more minutes, and back tomorrow at 7 a.m. I think you're joining me again tomorrow, right, Sugar?
Yes, I will. Of course, if the invitation still stands, I'll be there for sure. But yeah, I will be with you tomorrow.
Great, right on. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a great day today. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, yesterday was a bit tricky for the traders. That range was forming, and it was kind of hard to know exactly what was going on. And today, I'm really happy to have seen. I'm saying it. I'm repeating myself, but like Team Paradigm. Wow, I'm really impressed by the way they handle teams, and the rest of the teams. Like everybody got at least a good trade today. So it's cool to see that everybody's. The game of everybody stepping up.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great trades taken by all teams today. Yeah, like you said, coming off of yesterday, it was tricky, right? Because there's so much movement that you kind of still have that. You kind of still have some of that those leftovers on the plate, right? You're sitting here and you're wondering like, oh, is it going to be another day like that? I'm just coming off a heavy set of losses. Like, not really feeling great about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and now it's just a wonder to see where Bitcoin's gonna go. I mean, are we gonna finally reach that weekly valley that we've been talking about for the past 2 days, or are we still going to linger around for a few more days before finally going up or down actually?
Now, I don't think TA Mafia is in a trade, but they are highlighting this area quite frequently here and rapidly. So let's just go double check, make sure they're not in a trade. They're doing a lot of TA in this range.
Which one?
I don't think they're in a trade, but they are definitely marking it like crazy. I guess they're just talking about it a lot.
Early 1600.
Bottom again.
That's the white candle though on the hourly time frame.
No trade by Team Mafia, but they are setting up something a little lower.
16.
There is no way to watch the teams while the stream is off, and Kuno.
in the future, maybe like a reality TV series where you have 24 hours, 7 days a week trading show where we have like cameras and traders inside a house where we can watch them all the time. But so far, no, it's it's not happening.
We'll tape them to chairs with masking tape and yeah.
A little bit of orange clockwork, sitting.
No
having
breaks.
Them sitting.
No
Yeah,
breaks for our
exactly.
traders. Yep.
Team Phoenix, watch me sleep. Not sure. Not sure we're quite there yet.
Shinnecock recommending a quick stream server, receiving the team streams. Yep, you just have to open up that donation wallet and let it flow, and we'll get right on it.
So Cotton, it's interesting because we're about to close this hourly candle, and it looks like we went back underneath that hourly downtrend.
Yep.
So that could indicate a move. I mean, it looks like we're going back down, but it's just a matter of like how far are we gonna go. And do you think this is the final bleeding before we're going to that valley that we've been talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think you haven't been able to break this little. It's a really small range this has been living in, given the landscape of Bitcoin over the past couple days here. 2% range all day is nothing. This is in comparison to what has been happening. This has been moving at snail's pace.
Yep.
I think when you can't even really regain this range right here internally, I think you are going to see a bit of a bigger collapse. But we're going to see how the bottom of the range reacts. We've still got one more kind of piece on the bottom here, see if it holds or not, and tries to run up again. But yeah, it's not looking too great for Bitcoin. It looks like it is going to pull back here, maybe down to that 18,500 level. But yeah, we're going to see. The teams will be allowed to trade throughout the day today. I'm not going to be stopping the teams from trading today. They are going to be allowed. I just gave them notice that they are allowed to trade for the rest of the day.
And we got some of our viewers that would be down for a Big Brother type show of trading.
Yeah. So it looks like it. Yeah, live 24/7.
I can guarantee you that there will be some drama. That's for sure.
You'd see Jude and Inuk in the mud pit within 24 hours.
Not sure that's something I would like to see, but anyway, I would still watch. I would still watch it.
Oh, maybe that's how we get Shinnecock to donate the mud pit.
I'm not sure. There's Yazi DSG who's asking, Sugar, is there a way that we can see the PL for each team? What is the PL?
I think he's referring to the profit and loss.
Oh. Well, basically the leaderboard. Maybe we could see the leaderboard once again, Cotton, before we close the show. How about that?
Because teams are trading still, I'm going to leave the leaderboard off of the Bookster today. Go watch the VOD if you want to see the leaderboard for today. We'll come back in tomorrow. I am letting the teams trade for the rest of the day. So we're going to see how they do before I update the leaderboard again, because there has been a lot of trades today, a lot of profits made. So we're not going to go over to the leaderboards before we close the stream. But back early, bright and early tomorrow morning, and we'll check them out.
But Team Mafia again, crushing it today. They're. I'm curious to see where Paradigm is now in the board, and yeah, I'm definitely curious to see where everybody is actually in the board. There's been a lot of movement.
Shinikaka offering a server for 3 months. $1,000 bills only is all that we accept. Or I should say all that I accept. $1,000 bills only.
I love the fact that you said we.
Yeah, yeah. The number of those that it is a requirement is completely hidden. So you just keep donating those $1,000 bills until you hit that mark. Well, I'll let you know for sure. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in today. It was a great day. Thank you, Sugar, for joining me once again. And we'll be back tomorrow morning, bright and early, 7 a.m. MDT. And yeah, until then, trade safe.
Thank you, Cotton.
Yep, absolutely. Cheers.
Change my mind and be the bad guy. Not the first time. You can change me.